Ju Wenjun, four-time women's world champion. She is now there in the history books alongside some of the women's greatest chess players in history. What a great performance from Tan Zhongyi.
Super exciting.
Almost flawless performance there.
She will play Ju Wenjun for the Women's World Championship.
Ju Wenjun continues her ascent to the top.
Tan Zhongyi is unstoppable.
We're seeing some of the best chess in the world.
Hello and welcome. Game 5 of the FIDE Women's World Championship is here. And as we head to Shanghai, the pressure is rising as much as the skyline. After yesterday's free day, our two players have a chance to reset, refocus, and perhaps wrestle some of those demons. The score is tight, and you can feel the emotions, nerves, confidence, doubt. It's all bubbling under the surface as we await Game 5. I'm your host, International Master Ivan Kahauska, and it's a great pleasure to be alongside our resident expert, two-time Asian Women's Champion, International Master Irene Sikander. Irene, what a match it's been so far. Long games, but boy, have they been exciting.
Right, yes, two games, and they are both 80 moves. We were talking about it. And today, I guess if they got into 79 moves, then it's a relatively shorter game, Yovi, although we know that usually 79 moves is not the average move that you see in many games. But yeah, I'm very looking forward to today. The score is tight, and these are two last games in Shanghai before we move to Chongqing.
Yeah, absolutely. Two last games in Shanghai. So let's remind ourselves of the format of the match.
China's top women players are battling for the Women's World Chess Championship again. Reigning champ Ju Wenjun took down Lei Tingjie in 2023. Now she is back to defend her title against challenger Tan Zhongyi. Like last time, the match is a hometown showdown. The first 6 games will be played in Shanghai, Ju Wenjun's turf. The next 6, Chongqing, where Tan Zhongyi calls home. It is a race to 6.5 points. If they are tied at 6, we will go to a 4-game rapid tiebreak. Still tied? 2 faster rapid games. Still tied? It is time for blitz. And if they still cannot break the deadlock, we will go to sudden death. One win will decide it all. Tiebreaks, if needed, will be played in Chongqing. It is a battle of skill, stamina, and strategy. When the dust settles, who will take home the title?
There's been a lot of drama on the board, but on the scoreboard, everything is level, as you can see. There was some dramatic flurry of action there. Game 2, Game 3 ending decisively, and Ju Wenjun survived some heavy pressure in Game 4, but she managed to escape with a draw, which means that everything is hinging on Game 5. Ju Wenjun, she has the white pieces, and there we do see the dignitaries coming to play the first moves. Oh, what move has she indicated there, Irene? Is that E4 again?
It's an E4. Wow. Okay. Let's see whether she will stick to E4 and C5 or C6 or D6. It was E4, D6. But I don't think that's going to be what we are going to see in round 5. Although in the past 2 whites before, Ju Wenjun has been playing first move E4.
Yeah, and it's interesting though, because if Tan is perhaps planning to play D6, maybe Ju can change her mind. Switch up at the last minute. But okay, I don't think so. I think she will be consistent. E4 is clearly the match strategy, so I think they're going to go for that one. And there we can see from the cameras, the game's about to begin. I always like this moment of, I call it nervousness, because you don't know exactly how things are going to develop, what kind of plan your opponent will take. And there we see Ju Wenjun, she is getting into the flow.
Right, yes, and totally. You are absolutely right, Yovi. And usually, in these few minutes before the first move, if I could feel my heart rate, usually it's just getting higher and higher. But until I move my first move, and when the first move is done, I could feel that it's going back to normal again. So the level of anticipation, especially in such a high stake match like this, it should be really high.
Yeah, definitely. And there we see Tan. Now, Tan in game four, she had a lot of missed opportunities. Perhaps because she was rushing those moments, playing too quickly. I wonder whether the free day has given her an opportunity to reflect and come back with a renewed sense of vigor, because it has been a draining match so far, and we're only 4 games in.
4 games in, yes. Today, I'm actually expecting another Sicilian coming on the board because Tan is usually always sticking to her repertoire. And there you go. E2, E4 is already on the board. Let's take a look what's going to happen. And C5 it is.
Both players are, if not consistent. Knight f3. Will we see e6? Yes. Here it comes. And, well, we've seen c4. We've seen d4. d4 it is.
D4 it is, yes. Wow. I'm really happy whenever there is a match that I'm commentating and it started with C5. Oh, I mean, it's Sicilian if for C5 because it guarantees us some fireworks on the board because you see, Sicilian is one of Kasparov's uh, favorite opening and he always likes it because it gives some flank ideas, flank chances for the game to go really exciting. And now a6 is on the board. I'm just going to expect a few moves here. If Ju Wenjun would like to transpose to the previous game, then she might would like should like to play c4 here and then going for this Maraxi setup again. But of course, you can play knight c3 here. You can play bishop d3 as well. I think her choices might be only those 3 moves.
Yeah, and I agree. Those are the main lines. I've also seen ideas with g3, but that's kind of taking the game into a different direction entirely. But I'm expecting, I don't know why, Irene, I'm expecting c4. Get that grip on the center. It's very much Ju Wenjun's style. But hang on, she's not keeping us guessing for long. Bishop d3. Well, that's a nice one. The bishop comes out to c5, attacking the knight, and now you have some choices. The main move, as I recollect, is to drop the knight back to b3 and ask the bishop, what direction are you headed? Are you going to drop back close to the king, or are you going to go and remain on the diagonal and play bishop a7?
Right. This type of opening, I've been playing it since I was like, I don't know, 13 or even 12. And it's always a mystery to me. Like, I like playing this as white, of course. E4 is my main opening. And then whenever I play knight b3, I was always never sure whether the bishop will go to a7 or to e7 because in Sicilian there's a belief that the knight on d4 is a stronger knight than it is on b3, and even though you're moving it to e7, that looks like black is wasting a tempo here. Black can do so because the knight is now no longer as good as it was on d4. So there is some wasting tempo for both sides, but and then it's been the case in a few Sicilians as well. So I've seen a few moves here, and after knight b3, the bishop goes to a7. And if the bishop goes to a7, back in the day, queen g4 is like an automatic move.
That was
I
back
don't
in my day.
but I don't know which one that Ju Wenjun is gonna play. If she plays a more solid chess, then queen e2 is sufficient because usually you'd like to go to bishop e3 and perhaps later c4, knight c3. This type of setup is totally playable. But if you would like to be a bit more ambitious, then and then going to the old man line, then queen g4 it is. So we'll see which one that she's gonna choose. Also, probably castle. Yeah, but I don't really like castle too early because I'd like to see where my opponent is trying to head the game into. So what about you, Yovi?
Well, I'm recalling all of that theory that I learned in the 2010 time, and there it was mainly the queen to g4, g6, and then castling. Okay, so we're seeing castling. Just as you said, you didn't quite like this move. It's commentator's curse, Irene, and then
I
castles,
know.
kingside, knight came to e7, and well, the plan for white, I think, is to more or less do what you suggested, put the queen on e2 and continue development.
Yes. I think it's looking that way as well. Although I've noticed in a few of Tan Zhongyi's games lately, whether she was playing white or black, and okay, the last Sicilian that she played, she also opted to play the knight to e7 instead of f6. And then if you remember 2 days ago when she was playing white pieces, she also chose this idea with the knight going to e2 from g1. So it's been like kind of her playing style, and now in this position again, after castle, knight c6 is there, knight e7 is there. One thing for sure is, of course, in this type of position where you play knight e7 is to avoid e5 from happening. But yeah, we'll see. This is I like this idea when you play queen e2, but also the move like knight e7, like we see in the previous Sicilian game as well. Black might be preparing for d5, not now, but at some point, or probably knight c6 first, this type of stuff. So I like playing this as white, and I'm hoping that we'll see some kind of like novelty or new ideas that, of course, that I can copy to my own repertoire too.
Yeah, and definitely, I think it's important to get knight c6 in for black. And I agree with you because both Ju Wenjun and Tan Zhongyi, I would say they have very energetic styles, but she has this kind of, she has a greater degree of control in the opening. She always tries to get some small plus, it's either the bishop pair, it's a space advantage. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see moves like c4 actually from Ju here. Grab some extra space, get that central control, and then, she will force Tan to play actively in order to counterbalance that. So decisions to be made. Now, there is one kind of thing that I do see. The bishop on d3 at the minute is pointing at its own pawn. And so I kind of really wanted to drum in on that point. If I can get in a favorable e5 and say black has castled, the bishop on d3 is so well primed to begin an attack on the king side. I often have this general rule in chess, and when a white pawn reaches e5, then that's a signal to attack on the king side. When a white pawn reaches d5, it's actually not to attack on the queen side. It's actually just to gain space. And I picked this up from one of these middle game books from the 1950s, 60s. I don't know when it was written, but it's kind of advice that really has stood me well.
I was actually expecting you said from the books that I know from 1995, let's say.
I didn't read books. I didn't read books when I was in 1995. I kind of trained, I would say, in the chess club circuits. I didn't read too many books. I didn't study that much. But what I did do is I played chess literally every single night because my father is a big chess enthusiast. And my brother also played chess. So he would constantly haul me up and go, okay, let's play Blitz. And we would basically spend nights just playing Blitz, and he would be goading me. Can you win a game against me? And I'd be like, yes, I can. So that's how I trained.
Yeah, I was just checking a few lines, Yovi, about this variation, and it came up so many times that Kamsky has been employing this setup as black in a few games, in his online games as well. The last one being against Caruana, where they made a draw. And as you mentioned, Wenjun here can start with c4. She can also continue the position with queen e2, like what we discussed. I think both moves, they're they can be transposable, like you can just play in any order there. Eventually it will be like knight c3. So let's take a look the one with c4, and usually it's d6 and knight c3. This is still a very normal position, and castle and queen e2. And you were saying that if you would like to get e5 right away, it would be great. But hang on, after queen e2, it's time to play e5. This is what Kamsky did in his game. And after bishop e3, knight b6, like this. So even though you have a Maroczy like this, oh, a move has been made, by the way. Yeah, and then it's not so far from what we are looking right now. It's c4 Maroczy. What I was going to say is whenever you have a Maroczy like this, you would always be happy to trade this bishop with one of the knights. It's happening in this Con, Sicilian. It's also, if you go for the exit dragon position, you would be happy to trade this bishop off because the light square bishop is not as useful. So here c4 is already on the board. I predict, yeah, the game that we're gonna see, it's not so far from the game that we saw from Caruana versus Kamsky.
Yeah, I think we're headed in that direction. It's very much in Ju's style, right? She doesn't want to go all out for an attack with king h1, f4. No. Much better for her to complete the development. And I agree, knight c3, queen e2, bishop e3. And yeah, as you mentioned, the bishop on d3 is bad. Often what you just do in those type of positions is just you forget that it's bad. You just go, well, I've just got to be careful not to make the wrong trades. So like when you have this type of pawn structure, it's very, very important that you don't just swap off the knights and the dark squared bishops without thinking and just leave yourself with a light square bishop and you give black a knight. If you do that, then you're going to find that there's lots of holes. But what instead will happen is that there will be a lot of nice central tension there. The knights will get developed, the bishop will get step forwards, and then the rooks come into the game. And again, the question for Tan on every step of the way is how is she going to handle this position with little space and not that many clear-cut breaks. So I'm expecting some deep preparation from Tan because she should be familiar with how to unravel this position.
Yeah, I'm not too sure actually if this is still within preparation by both sides. Maybe they, like usually when you're preparing, you know that, okay, this is the main line that I have to look at, and this is the side line just in case, there's always this just in case lines that if your opponent goes there. But we have a move, knight b6 is on the board. Yes, we're going to see this position that we saw before. It's just a transpose, just a transposition. So probably this is something that they don't mainly focus on the preparation, but this is just one of those position that or line that they put in the just in case folder.
That is true. One of my one of my English women teammates, Lisa, she grew up and trained in China, so she gave us an insight into how the Chinese women or how the Chinese team train in general. And she told us that there was a lot of emphasis on openings, a lot of emphasis on repetition, and you're looking at some serious kind of study. We were talking about 5 to 6 plus hours per day on chess, and the huge part of that was just memorizing those critical variations. So if Tan has had that kind of training, then she knows what direction to go.
Right. They usually are given one opening. So this is kind of my preparation to back in the day when I was playing the Chinese Chess League. I just know that A player and B player, they're coming from the same club, and usually they would share the same opening because they would train together. So this behind the scene information is actually very useful, so that you can, even though you don't have any or enough games of your opponents, you can actually see, oh, the friend of this person is coming with her in the same club, so I can also see what she's doing with white pieces or black pieces. So yeah, they do train together. They shared files, and the number of repetition of the position that they do is enormous. They, not only memorizing it with their brain, but also they're developing this muscle memory on the openings or lines of variation that they're learning. And also the good thing about them is China is a very strong chess country, and almost in every chess club you have strong grandmasters to train with. So this is another perk why also the women's chess in China is blossoming, and we see like 6 of the women's world champion out of 11, they are coming from China.
It's a incredible amount, and we have new talent appearing. It almost feels like on a yearly basis that we can see someone else just making waves in the chess world. So knight to c6, this is exactly how you highlighted the plans should be. And then we just looked at the knight coming to c3, the queen coming to e2 at some point. Maybe
there's just one thing that while we were talking before, I was just checking the difference. Why is it not d6? And I mean, just the difference between d6 and knight c6, whether there are any difference. Because I was looking at this move c5, it is actually not the variation that white would like to play, or rather it's very rare for white players to play c5, but it's just giving white some more option compared if you play d6 first, because I believe that after c4 knight b c6, eventually you will play d6 anyway. So if I were black and if I knew this little nuance, that I would just play d6 so that I don't give white any option. So I was just checking a little bit some of the games. If you play c5 here, you might want to meet this c5 immediately before it gets too strong by d6. And then, okay, if you take, then end of story. I mean, this is just what black is hoping for. So ideally, you wouldn't like to take it, and then you just keep protecting it with the bishop, and then in this position, you just castle. And after knight c3, now it's time to take. So yeah, although it looks like c5 is limiting the black's bishop on a7, but it's very temporarily. So it's better not to get tempted to play c5 and then just stick to the main line with the knight c3, queen e2, bishop e3, and so on.
Yeah, it's very, very important, as you mentioned there, to check out those kind of clamping moves. And yeah, it's very clear, as you pointed out, that d6 is needed to prevent e5 and this big bind happening. And well, what the players are thinking, maybe we can go into the main position, because often you find with variations is that the main position actually starts from maybe move 14, and so in some Carolines I know they start from move 17. And everyone goes, yeah, but I learned 17 moves of theory, and I'm like, yeah, I know, it's just beginning. So maybe we can kind of go to that critical position where the knight comes out to c3 and the queen comes out to e2. And this is what we're expecting to appear. And then e5.
Yeah, you can play e5, you can play castle. It's just a few different nuances there, but eventually you'll play those anyway. Now it's just a question when you are going to move this bishop. Usually, if you just go for the straight main line, you just want to trade this bishop off with the other bishop, and then put your rook over here, another rook over here, bishop will be over here, and castle. And yeah, this is a playable variation for both.
Yeah. And white's plans seem very, very natural, right? You centralize the rook, you enjoy your extra space. I always kind of, in these type of positions, I always say that the emphasis is enjoyment for white. That is, that you really don't commit to doing anything active. You just build, develop your pieces, and you just wait for your opponent to actually break out. because black will have to do that at some point or other. I mean, you can't live so cramped for such a long time. So usually there is a very much a responsive, and if you can completely stop black from breaking out, you're going to enjoy a very nice position. And Ju, she's thinking, what could she be thinking about after knight to c6? I mean, maybe she has another idea up her sleeve instead of what we're expecting, knight c3, queen e2, and so on.
Yeah, I'm wondering what it is actually. Because
Could it be
that
king
is
h1?
king h1 and you want to go f4, is it?
Well, it kind of feels like white is asking too much of the position. Like knight c3, queen e2, normal, natural, happy. But the only other plan I can see is either king h1, f4, and go forth and see what you can do on the king side, or...
Okay, let's try king h1.
Yeah.
Yeah, since there is no pressure on d5, maybe it is time to play d5 actually. But
Yeah.
we don't have to wait for long because Wenjun just played her move knight c3. And now d5 is not recommendable because if you play d5, I think now it's time for this bishop to shine. So you take this one, and then you take this one, and then you just keep taking everything because the king is kind of exposed. It's still in the center. And after knight takes d5, you just give a check. And it's a bit awkward on how to block this check with if you played this. Okay. You just keep attacking. This feels like one of those e4, e5 opening, when you just keep attacking the king when it is not castled, like some old Italian line, like just go queen h5, and then now the threat is you want to take this, and also this is hanging. But we have a move, and it is very, very interesting.
It's
knight e5.
Yeah, hang on. I'm just going to check to see whether it's a novelty. No 2 games in the database, according... Okay, interesting. So it's a game from 2024, which is Liu Yiping. I don't know whether you've heard of this player.
Yeah, he lives in Canada right now. He's a pretty strong international master from China. Yeah, so probably they could be coming from the same club, or maybe they've shared this together. But what I notice is in such a position, you see how Tan Zhongyi confidently moved knight e5. It's like yeah, if it's not without any preparation, I would doubt it. So probably you're right, Yovi. Probably she was saving it, She was saving it, that it is still her part of preparation.
Yes. It's very difficult to read, Tan. That's what I noticed. Like you say, you don't know whether it's bluff or whether it's deep preparation. Let's guess preparation, as you mentioned. But okay, let's have a look at the consequences. Knight comes to e5. And one of the things that we mentioned earlier on was that this bishop on d3 isn't very good. Mm-hmm. Are we that fast to allow knight takes bishop? Or is the threat going to be queen? Hang on a second. The threat could be queen c7, attacking the pawn on c4, which is one of the strongholds, and maybe some naughtiness happening on the king side, on the dark squares.
Yeah, I think the first reaction in this position is having a prior information about how you should play in a Maraxi setup position is really helpful, because after knight e5, knowing this information, I'm not going to be panic, because I know that I can give this bishop up, because usually, yeah, I can understand that in most Sicilians, you'd like to keep your bishop alive, especially this light square bishop, because you'd like to preserve this chance of attacking the king side, but not in this position. You have a c4 pawn, you have an e4 pawn. It is in your interest that this bishop is traded away. So I think I would like to keep sticking to the plan of queen e2 here, because this bishop is a disturbance. I'd like to get f4 right away, but of course, by playing king h1, it is fine, but there's also another trick in in Sicilian that after, let's say, you play king h1 here with the idea of f4, then h5 is coming so that the knight can go to g4. Maybe it's not happening in this game, but this is just another idea. So if I'm not familiar with this type of line, I would just keep sticking to queen e2 because it looks good anyway. It is also very logical to explain this to yourself during the game, like, hey, don't get panicked. You don't have to move your bishop. Just play queen e2, another development move, and then bishop e3 is also another natural reaction in this position. Bring your rooks to the middle of the board and you'll be fine. Because again, like what you mentioned, UV, queen c7 and hitting on c4 is Black's main idea. So yes, this would be my choice of playing. And Wenjun is still thinking. Please note about the time difference as well.
Yes, I have noted that. And we've seen that actually as a theme of the match. So Ju has been consistently low on time, whereas Tan has been very speedy, almost too speedy in certain moments, but is a really intriguing system where Tan initiates direct action almost immediately. And whilst Ju is sitting in the think tank, contemplating how she is going to handle this knight jump to e5, just having a glance at that light square bishop on d3, we are going to go on our first break, but don't go anywhere, because when we come back, we are going to explore a lot more of this intriguing position. So see you then.
My name is Fabiano Caruana, and this is Google Autocomplete. What is Fabiano Caruana's favorite chess opening? Oh, I'll have to say the Archangel variation of the Ruy Lopez, which I made a video course on, and it's always been a favorite since I was a child. What does Fabiano Caruana do with C-squared? That's the podcast that I co-host along with Grandmaster Christian Kirilla. We've been doing it for about 2.5 years, and it's been fun. You know, it's the first time that I went into not just playing chess, but also talking about chess. So that was pretty cool. What is Fabiano Caruana's IQ? I have no idea what my IQ is. I don't know. I've never taken a test, as far as I know. I have no idea.
What would be your guess?
I don't even want to guess or know. Either whatever it is, I have no interest in knowing it. Has Fabiano Caruana ever won a world championship? I have not won a world championship. I've played a world championship, but I didn't win it against Magnus in 2018. That was the one time that I played the world championship. What was Fabiano Caruana's career highlight? I think this is similar to the last question. My career highlight was winning the candidates in 2018. And that qualified me for the World Championship. So that was probably the most, the happiest I was after playing a tournament, and the most difficult tournament, and probably the proudest success that I have. How tall is Fabiano Caruana? I think 169 centimeters. I guess that's either 5'6" or 5'7", 169 centimeters. Did Fabiano Caruana go to college? I didn't go to college. I never went to college. I never went to high school. I went to school until I was 12 and then I stopped. I was done with it after that. Is Fabiano Caruana Italian? I have a lot of Italian heritage. I am an Italian citizen. My mother's Italian. I never grew up in Italy. I never lived in Italy, but I have a lot of family there. So I spent a lot of time as a kid visiting them, spending time with my family. And also from my father's side as well, he has a lot of Italian ancestry, and all my grandparents were born in Italy. So from a heritage point of view, I'm very Italian, and also I'm an Italian citizen, but I haven't ever lived there. And although I did represent Italy for many years now, I represent the United States playing chess.
And we are back. It's game 5 of the Women's World Championship match. And we left you just when Tan Zhongyi had kind of veered off the beaten track by playing knight to e5, looking at that bishop on d3, and giving Ju some questions to answer. How should she respond? And during that break, Ju Wenjun said, you know what? Let's freestyle. Let's do something completely different. And she has advanced the c-pawn. And this is getting spicy now. But I'm guessing that she took that response because she was afraid of those ideas of queen coming to c7, a pawn coming to h5. And although I think objectively it's probably unsound, that's such a chess player word, unsound. Like, what does it even mean in, in normal speak? But anyway,
Yeah.
it's difficult to handle.
It is. It's just okay. Before we go technical on this position, like what to do here as black and so on, I just would like to note that another strategy of chess players is, hey, my opponent played knight e5 so quickly, she must have prepared, right? Because this is one of the sidelines that you don't play this very quickly if you don't prepare. So anyway, maybe she would have thought that if I played normal moves like queen e2. Or what else is there? Like bishop e2, let's say, if you want to avoid this trade, the knight and the bishop, or anything else. She would think that it must be within her preparation. So why don't I just muddy the water by playing c5, which I look like this is still very much playable, and maybe there goes her preparation. So c5 is on the board. I'm very happy because in my database, I don't know, in yours, Jovi, I don't see any games in this variation.
No.
I mean, c5 was
No,
played
no.
without knight e5 before, but if knight e5 is included, c5 hasn't been played.
Exactly. Maybe we can kind of just show those kind of coffee house lines, like instead of after c4, because we were looking at queen e2, and
Right.
yeah, so if we rewind c5, let's, before we deep dive into that one and see what Ju's plans is, just kind of want to say queen e2, queen c7, and then something, so, and then h5, the knight coming to g4, and it's uncomfortable because you can never budge, or kick out the knight from g4, and it's very committal. And I can see why Ju went, okay, you know what, let's not go there. Maybe she was also worried about knight takes bishop and some f5. We don't know what was in her mind, but she didn't like the fact that she wouldn't perhaps have 100% control. Whereas if we go back to the game position with c5, Ju's plan is this. And again, it's very much in her style. Knight takes bishop, queen takes bishop, and then she's going to go bishop e3, rook f to d1, rook a to c1, control central, right? Break out of that cage, if you please.
Yeah, although this type of setup, it looks a bit loose around here. So I mean, it's very interesting for sure. Although if you put it this position on the computer wouldn't like c5 being played. Although it's still fine, but there are still other things to think about. Like for example, let's stick to this queen e2, and after queen c7, yeah, these type of things. Whenever the king is still in the center, you can actually sacrifice this pawn if you would like it, something like this. And if you are very brave in taking this pawn like this, then it's full compensation because the bishop is kind of very passive. You put your rook over here, you put another rook over here. First of all, the queen has to find it herself in almost a trapping position. If I put my rook over here, for example, so this is the compensation. I think I was rather hoping during the break that we would go to this position because again, if there is any sacrifice happening in the opening, it's going to be really interesting. But unfortunately, it didn't happen. But that's okay too, because c5 is also interesting at its own right. So what do you think Tan Zhongyi will do in this position?
Well, this is the question, If you let Ju continue, she's going to back this up with bishop e3, And again, whether the knight trades itself off for the bishop is almost irrelevant because the white's plan is pretty clear. Bishop e3, rook c1, and then she just wants to hold firm with that space. You know, this pawn on c5 is really just clamping down on the black position, and black has to break out. Either you're going d6 or you're going to go b6. So it is the time, if you want to go b6, you've got to do it almost now, because otherwise bishop to e3 comes.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, if you want to go b6, yeah, you have to act very fast here, because otherwise every other pieces of white will try to protect the c5 pawn. Okay, let's play a few lines here. If you play b6, I don't like to capture this pawn, so I'd like to get my bishop out to e3.
Okay, and let's try to liquidate everything. So let's go b takes c5.
Yeah, now it's interesting. If I take with the knight, I think you'll just go d6, and then the bishop will take e3 after the knight goes. Yeah, I don't like that position. So, okay, bishop takes c5.
And then I still feel, well, one has to be careful, right? Because knight on b3 isn't necessarily a great piece. So actually, I will let the trade happen. So maybe I will. And neither is the bishop on d3. So I'm not. So I don't think black should be rushing with playing knight takes bishop, or either bishop takes bishop.
Or just play d6 here.
Yes, d6 or castles.
Oh, sorry, d6. It's there is a tactic maybe. d6, bishop takes d6, bishop b5.
Okay, you can show. Okay, yeah, we should show that. Although, yeah,
And then there you go. Yeah, of course, after bishop d6, you shouldn't just take it, but it's already like an extra pawn for white. So yeah, I don't think you should play that. It's either you take or probably just castle. Yeah, castle should be fine.
yeah, castle. Castle was my vibe. Get the king to safety, and then okay, bishop takes a7. You just go rook takes a7, and this helps you for when you want to be going d5.
Right.
It's actually well placed. One thing I just wanted to point out: the knight on b3 isn't great. The bishop on d3 isn't great. So who benefits from those exchanges? Well, white does if you. So I think that black is fine for the time being, although I hesitate to be so certain in my assessment because black hasn't completed development. I always feel like you can only say you're fine until your king is safe, all your pieces are in the game, and you have a plan.
Yeah. Okay, so usually in this type of Sicilian, you'd like to move f4, but first thing first, maybe let's take this one, and then f4 comes. But we have a move.
And
It's
no breakouts.
g6. Oh.
Oh, ho, ho. Okay. It's a little bit mysterious. Knight g6.
It is, because I still don't understand the idea of this knight g6, because I thought what you have to focus on is the center, or you can just simply castle. But this is not the case in this position.
Okay, so let's try to get into Tan's mind. So first up, f4 would just be quite weakening, because then you can go knight takes bishop and then break out with d6.
Or you play bishop e3 first, just out of principle, because you'd like to develop this bishop anyway, and also you're protecting this diagonal to the king. And the next move, you can start thinking whether you would like to push this pawn to f4 or not.
I agree with that. I'm just, okay, so can you, and you still can't do your d6 business. So, okay, next move would be castles.
Now it's different.
Oh.
Now this pawn has moved, so maybe I can start thinking saving this bishop. Maybe.
Yeah, that's
So
what I'm thinking as well. And you can just
yeah.
start chasing those knights.
Yes, and my next idea is of course to play f4, and also this moving back with the bishop. In a way, it's good to stop d6 too. Like if in any case black is planning to play d6, then okay, the queen is controlling it. So I like my bishop move.
Okay, so I really do like bishop e2, and I like the control because you can't get. Well, can you get b6 then? Let's try that.
b6, I think I can ignore it, and I'll push this. And I think you only have one viable square here on c6, that it's almost certain that you have to play it. Okay.
f5, f6.
No.
That terrifies me.
No, I have
As
one
well.
idea. I have one idea, which I really like. Queen d6, bishop b8. Oh my gosh.
No, but what's wrong with f5? And
f5,
using
okay.
the f1 as a battering ram.
The knight has to go to the center.
Yeah, f6. Let's go.
f6. I don't think this is correct, because if you can just take and then king h8, rook g8, I think this is fine for black because you don't have this bishop attacking the king anyway.
That's very true. Yeah, somehow white needs to go queen e1, queen h4. Okay. Queen e1. Hang on. Let's go back. Not f5.
Oh, not here. Not f5.
No. Okay, so you've kind of shown that you can't be too eager to go, but you can go queen e1. These are ideas that, or maybe.
Yeah, if queen e1 immediately, I think it's time to play d5 right now. And then just open up the position. Or, usually this type of trick, knight b4, is also a bit annoying if it can happen. But okay, knight b4, rook c1, that's it. Black doesn't have anything else. But where do you want to go? Queen g3 after queen e1?
Yeah, I want to go rook to d1. I want to control things, and queen g3 is very much there as a plan.
I'll take this one first.
Yeah, that's annoying.
I think you still have to focus on the center and on the queen side, because your king side is pretty much okay. You just have to start getting some advantage on the queen side. That's why I was thinking of queen d6, just to suppress the position. But okay, there's bishop b8, and then the queen has to move again. Otherwise, maybe instead of f5, why don't we just play e5 and then give him the space for the knight?
Yeah, it's quite funny how we both thought about that move. Like, yeah, why not secure that square? I'm guessing that there's something to do with b takes c5.
Yeah, b takes c5, and now since d6 is no longer an option, I can take this with the knight. Although the bar doesn't like it, but I see this position is better for white. Like, you go bishop f3, for example, you go knight e4, you go rook c1. It looks quite dominating.
Yeah, I also feel that as well. Like, it's not so easy for black to handle it. Okay, so I like this position for white. Let's go back, because the evaluation bar was so much in favor of white before we went f4. So okay, just to recap, this is the position that we're looking. Say after knight g6, where we go bishop e2 first. We can go bishop
e2 first. Yep. This is also good.
Yeah.
This move, I realized it a bit too late later. Yeah, because now it's different. c4 is no longer there. It's c5, so that the bishop can have some hope to get some fresh air in the future. So let's save it for now. And then bishop e3 comes and so on. Yeah, I think I like this. And also now, for black, it is a question how to get this bishop out, because you no longer play d6. Maybe you can play b6 And if you do it, it has to be now, just to break open this c5 pawn. Otherwise, otherwise the c5 pawn is just too good. And now maybe we're transposing to the position that we saw before. And now maybe instead of taking, you just play bishop e3. But with that move order, precisely, bishop e2 first, and then bishop e3. Should anything happens with the pawn on c5, we are ready. Yeah, I like this one, UV. Yeah, your bishop e2 immediately.
I like it as well. And for those hackers amongst us, can we just quickly explore instead of bishop to e3, f4?
Oof. Oof.
I'm sorry, Irene. You're going to
really
have
good.
to indulge my inner beast. So when it comes to c6.
Yeah, normally I would think about all this tactic, but after the knight goes to d4, unfortunately for black, after bishop e3, the knight cannot be, okay, let me just show. Like this, check, and after knight this. Okay, let's say queen here. This knight cannot help it, but bishop a3 saves the day, and then that's it. White has a piece up. Yeah, and then this pawn is just very timely to be on e5, so that there is no pin or anything that this pawn can move to e5. So okay, f4, then only move for the knight is to go back to c6.
And now the question is, okay, so we have bishop e3 just to support c5. We also have, I was thinking about, and like somehow I want to magically transport a knight to d6, but then maybe that's not happening. And if one just goes, if one goes very calmly, goes c takes b6, can I just have?
Okay, I'll take it with the bishop.
On h1.
And maybe, yeah, still cannot play d5. Playing d6 also is gonna be weakening the pawn, I guess. So let's castle for now.
Yeah. And what I remember the plan is this queen e1, queen g3 transfer, isn't it? To set up f5.
Yeah, but normally the knight is not on g6. The knight is on f6 to do that, so that you can play, and the bishop is back to d3, so that you can attack h7 for some variation, or after f5 you can go bishop h6 too. But we have a move. After knight g6 here, bishop e2. Wow, okay, so Wenjun has been playing quite precisely here, dropping back bishop to e2. So, and here, after bishop e2, Tan Zhongyi, as always, played very confidently and very quickly b5. But now we can see it on our board here, that b5 is a mistake.
Yeah, because, well, b6 was a given to me, just because why should black? Well, black cannot live with that pawn on c5. That pawn on c5 has a huge clamping effect. So you have to somehow or other just build the tension on that point and try to disrupt the stronghold. b5 does nothing of the sort. So now you can go f4 with a good conscience. Conscience even. So f4, bishop e3.
Yes, I really like your idea. And then we can even go e4 right now. And then you don't have to waste your time with the bishop, because the bishop is not protecting anything. I mean, it's already protected by the knight. And you can just, if you have an outpost on d6, this is like the heaven for the knight.
Yeah, this is a little bit mysterious to me. So,
or even more dangerous, I guess, is this idea when you play knight e4, back bishop d3, queen h5, because it's just a matter of typical ideas in Sicilian. Whenever the knight is on g6, just put your queen on h5, because it is a good attacking queen on h5, but also it cannot be attacked by your opponent's pieces, and then put the knight on g5 or something like this. It's also another nice idea. So white has many good ideas then. an outpost or straight to attack to h7 with the queen and the knight, and probably something else too.
Yeah. There's so. I really like your idea actually. Now that you realize there's b5, there's no tension against c5. White can literally do whatever they want. You can play it positionally, put that knight on d6 as you mentioned. I also like the fact that you go bishop d3, bishop e2, bishop d3 again, and you have the time because there's nothing to stop white from doing this. There's no threat of ever going d5. The knight on g6 is kind of misplaced. Queen h5 is a beautiful idea. And with the knight on e4, you're going, knight g5, and you've even got rook lift idea. I mean,
but hang on. After b5, f4, okay, we see knight c6, and after knight c6 and e5, I think, I mean, it's just too much for black to handle this position. But there might be a counter attack that after f4, b4, although the bar is lacking it so much for white at the moment.
okay, you can just move your knight to. Almost feels like you should go into d5, but okay, maybe you can't. That's too much. Knight a4. Okay, let's just go knight a4.
Knight a4, yep. And then still, now the knight has to go back to c6. She goes for it, DOV. She goes in. Or like the current generation say, she locked in.
Oh, is that what it means? To go. I just learned like the main character. That was quite a new one for me. It's
Oh, 1 second. I think we haven't seen this move, knight c4. It is there. It is a possibility too, not only knight c6. Although, of course, just by a quick scanning here, this knight doesn't. Well, it might do something about e3, but yeah, you can just simply play e5 maybe. Or what else can you do here? a4.
Okay.
Of course. Let's go. You're attacking on both sides right now.
Yeah, and you can't take that pawn because the knight is loose on c4.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe you can go d5 and
d5, but you're giving up this pawn, no?
yeah.
I can just take it. Yeah.
Let's switch.
It's just a pawn.
Yeah. Okay.
No, it's funny, It's nice to have you as my co-commentator because you get my joke. Otherwise, many would find it offensive, like it's a sarcastic remark or anything, but you get my joke.
I've been your roommate, Irene. I've also been your friend for many years. So yeah, of course I get your good jokes. But wow, okay. I just saw a current poll. What is better, illegal croissant, buttered en passant? I don't get that.
Wait, what? Legal croissant or butter and passant?
Yeah, buttered en passant.
I prefer butter croissant.
Well, a legal croissant apparently is better than an en passant. So there you go. You learn something new every day. So f4 asks the question to the knight, where are you going? Backwards, forwards? Oof. Okay, what is the best chance? Okay, I think maybe your b4 move was the best. At least it asks a question, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the evaluation bus goes all the way up, but whatever. Okay, knight a4.
And knight goes back to c6 on the move. I think it's simple to explain this because you already gained space, like you already have space advantage on the king side. And now you can actually transfer your attention to the queen side. And by just playing bishop e3, put the knight on b6, for example, and rook to c1, you're already dominating this wing. So I think it's very easy to understand why white is better in this position.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I was just looking for ideas such as after bishop e3, maybe there was a way to go d5 and
Okay, let's take a look. So if I play bishop e3 now, you'd like to play d5.
d5 or d6.
Yeah, in such cases, since now d4 is undermined by all of white's pieces, I can try not to do anything about it, or even, hang on, can I even try to play bishop f3 and give more pressure on this? Because let's say if you take this, I'll be happy to have this position, like everything, all the pieces here are working.
Yeah, this is not a position that I would be signing up for as black. So yeah, it's not pleasant by any means. Okay, so b4 kind of encourages white to go for that stranglehold on the dark squares. Let's okay, what about knight c6? Okay, so let's go back to the most obvious move, which is knight c6, and then we were just looking e5.
e5, yes.
Love this move.
is
Knight e4 coming.
You remember the principle, the octopus knight, having the knight on the center and then have all this, control over
Yeah.
8 different squares. It would be so nice. But we have a move, UV. After f4, it's knight c4. And we already discussed about it. Now, yeah, I was not looking for any move. It's just based on experience and playing against Sicilian. And second, just understanding. And she goes for that move again, automatically a4. Because you have to understand that white is already very, very much better in the king side. The king is already safe. You have 2 pawns on e4 and f4 attacking the center, and now you can actually feel there is some weakness. There's a tad opening there that you can also win on both sides. So a4 is there. It's very automatic by Ju Wenjun, and she just left the board.
Yes, completely. She played a4 really quickly because, as you mentioned, it kind of plays itself. The knight on c4 becomes destabilized. And when I was growing up, not we, but the textbooks always refer to it as a tactical weakness. One piece is defending the knight on c4, one piece is attacking. That makes it a tactical weakness. And b5 definitely under fire. a4. Okay, is there any chance that, because we looked at this and I was trying to do weird things like d5 and you just said, haha, take the pawn. And I was like, yes. Okay, what about d6? Let's try.
d6.
Although,
but you're hanging your knight, no? You take the b5?
Yeah, and the b5 pawn is going as well. But okay,
this cannot be.
Okay. No, this cannot be. Okay, so hang on a second. Let's play normal chess, Yovi. Let's not go pawn pushing with d6. Let's go queen c7.
Queen c7, okay. You cannot take this pawn as well. I can keep taking it. If you take this, okay, I'll grab everything and then just go here.
And now knight to e3.
Knight e3. I can take and then take this one. I don't mind because, again, black is really underdeveloped. And not only black is underdeveloped, but also now we're winning so many materials. Actually, 1 pawn. But it feels like a lot because suddenly white has to connect that past one.
Yeah, it is a lot. Yeah, I'm not believing that one. But okay, Irene, we don't need to struggle for a move because b4 has been
Oh my
played.
gosh. I think I feel it for Zhongyi. It feels like she's losing her mood toward the game. Like b5 is so uncharacteristic by her because in every move she made, mostly in this match, she would always like to challenge her opponent's idea, her opponent's threat. But by playing b5, it's just a little bit overstretch, and it doesn't really challenge anything. It's very uncharacteristic by her. Usually she's playing more accurate chess. And now after b4, without calculating, like after taking this, I'll be happy to have this position. At least you have a pawn up. But maybe we can start thinking, is there a better option for white in this position? Which I don't think so, actually. I don't like to withdraw my knight to a2 or to b1. I just like to capture everything.
Yeah, well, you can also investigate ideas such as knight to d5 if you really want to be massively fancy.
Mm-hmm. And
But
after
it's
taking, there's no
queen
need, right, to go here. But of course,
No, there
even
isn't.
there isn't. But even if we went to this line, white is still totally in control too. Like white is much better too. But let's take a look the normal line. Like treat this position as if you're playing blitz game, and then of course your first reaction would have been to take on c4, and then this is just the best move in the position. And after this,
Okay.
which I think is the only move, let's play a blitz game again. Then just take this, and this is already still pretty good for white. And Wenjun just took it. Bishop takes c4 is already on the board. Zhongyi replied it with b takes c3. And yes, Wenjun just simply take it again, b takes c3. Although, according to the computer, it's a mistake because there might be a better move than b takes c3, which we are going to investigate right now.
Yeah, we're going to treat it like a puzzle solving. So yeah, you don't have to take on c3. You could. I was also thinking queen to d4 might be a possibility. At least then you maintain the integrity of your pawn structure.
Queen d4, I like it.
Queen d4, yeah.
I like it. Yeah. And also another threat is if you take this and bishop takes, the bishop and the queen create a really dangerous battery to g7, and the king cannot go castle and then do the self-mate. Yeah, I like your
And
move,
now
queen d4.
f5 is finally dangerous.
Oh, after queen d4, yes, f5 is finally
Yeah, the
dangerous.
queen d4, yeah.
Because you cannot play knight e5 after that. Yeah, wow,
Yeah.
this is Yovi. I'm really, really scared that this is gonna be like the shortest game in their match. I remember the first match was the shortest of all so far. The first game where they made a draw. It was just above 3 hours, right? If I'm not mistaken. But this one looks like everything is completely in Ju Wenjun's hand right now. But we'll see, because they started making inaccuracies in the last few games. So maybe now it's time for Zhongyi to defend this position, because we see in game 4, Ju Wenjun was almost losing it, but she found a good defense and then she saved the game. And maybe now it's Zhongyi's time to save the game.
Yeah, definitely. It is Tan who is on the back foot, and she's played bishop b7. Okay, has a threat of bishop takes e4.
Mm-hmm. And now I like your move, queen d4.
Queen d4 kind of is very natural, right?
It
After
is.
castles, f5. I'm sorry, I'm obsessed with f5, whether it's good or not. And then f6.
f5, then I'll go here first, attacking the bishop.
No, but I want to do it after queen d4.
Oh, after queen d4. Yeah. After queen d4, you can totally do that. I like this f5 idea too. Yes, and especially after castle. After castle, yeah, I like this one because the knight might have to go to. Hang on. Oh, there is a sneaky idea, I guess. After bishop b7, if you play f5, then I'll capture it first, and then queen g5 comes. Oh, sorry. The bishop is still on c1. I thought the bishop. Sorry. No.
Well, it would be worth a shot if you were playing bullet chess.
But now that gives me idea that maybe knight h4 could be, something that is a bit annoying. I know that the position looks just really good for white, but Maybe that was her whole intention after playing bishop b7 anyway, just to get some counter ideas on g2. Although you can easily play bishop d5 and you should be happy.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
This
just
is more than good enough. Yeah.
exactly. There are just so many good moves for white in this position. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. So what are other moves? I mean, say you don't want to. I feel like queen to d4 is very, very normal. But say you want to keep complete control, bishop e3. No, hang on a
But
second.
this one is hanging.
The pawn is hanging on e4. So okay, so let's go queen d4, but let's not go f5. Let's
Okay,
just go
queen
bishop
d4
e3.
castle and do something else. I really would
Yeah,
like
like
to incorporate this bishop somehow, because I have a traditional way of playing to get everything out, to get everything work. And this bishop is not an exception. And I just couldn't see anything on this diagonal for the bishop. But potentially on this diagonal, it can create like a very dangerous threat. But of course, you need a few tempi as well to remove this bishop, to remove this pawn. So that is the downside of this plan. Like, even though it's such a good plan, but the downside is you have to spend a few tempi to get that plan work out. But other than that, what else? What other ideas can we gather in this position?
I was just thinking, put the bishop on e3. Let's try to do it the Ju Wenjun global harmony style, which is bishop e3. Put a rook in the center, and then once everything is set up nicely, then you can kind of go f5. Maybe not the f rook, the a rook.
Oh, the a rook to d1, something like this, yeah? Mm-hmm.
I just was kind of curious if white just sits there and does nothing.
Mm-hmm. And maybe grab a pawn or two along the way. Yeah. It's either you have two ways of playing in this position. Would you like to go materialistic, just taking control over the pawns, grabbing it, or would you like to go for an attack towards the king, which I think is also quite feasible. And Wenjun decided to play queen e2, which is a mistake. So technically speaking, Yovi, you play better than Ju Wenjun.
Well, Liz, I appreciate the compliment. But I just wanted to say one thing though.
Mm-hmm.
Once you're in the arena, anything can happen, because
Right.
there's a common saying in chess that the spectator sees everything. We don't have like we don't carry all of those emotions from the previous games. We also don't feel the stress. We don't feel the pressure. We don't know what's been happening. So queen e2, I would say it's a good move in the sense that it's keeping control. There's nothing fundamentally wrong with it. There's just that queen to d4 followed by f5. We are assisted by the power of take back and the evaluation bar. We know that it's good.
Mm-hmm.
Ju is looking for a safer way. And in my speak, that's like you put it in the bank.
Put it in
Just
the
like
bank.
Monopoly. You put it in the bank. Yeah, that's what she's trying to do. Like no risk chess whatsoever.
Right. But now I'm a bit curious on her arrangements of the pieces, where this bishop on c1 will go, and also whether the rook on f1 stays on f1, and where does the rook on a1 go or stays on a1. And obviously the knight over here, although it has its job protecting c5, but for sure you wouldn't like to have the knight on b3 forever. So yeah, that is my curiosity, like where she's gonna arrange all her pieces here.
Yeah, well, that's a good question, because say for instance you go queen c7.
Yep. But let's play for white first after castle here.
Okay, yes. So sorry, I forgot that.
Because though you cannot play
white
bishop
play.
e3, right? The e4 pawn is hanging, and probably you would like to think about e4, e5, but then maybe knight goes back to e7, putting the bishop on d5 or knight on f5, something like that. So what else can it be? If the bishop goes to a3, then there is queen c7 as well, attacking this pawn in the next move. So now, yeah, queen e2. I think we can explain it that it's a little bit awkward compared to when it was on d4. I mean, if Ju Wenjun played d4.
Yeah, so my guess is that knowing Ju Wenjun, she will just go king h1, get
Yep.
out of the pin, and then after queen to c7, you can make moves like rook to b1. Although,
Can we play d5 here? Just wondering.
then I would... Let's just take the pawn.
Take care. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, that wasn't... I like this kind of harsh assessment from the evaluation part. No, that wasn't the move. It wasn't to take. Okay, and then I was thinking, so...
Oh, you get exchange right away. Like, just take this one instead. And at the very least, you have this. And then get the rook. You have exchange up.
You know, that was funny, because I actually saw that in the context of queen c7. Bishop takes pawn on c5, and then I was like, oh no, if you leave the rook on a1, you've got bishop a3. I don't know why I had a blind spot of not seeing it with the queen on d6. Yeah.
So, yep. So after king h1, d5 still cannot be played. Let's do rook c8, just because it looks...
Same.
It's attacking.
Now you
the
can
same,
get
right?
No, you go e5. Same issue.
e5.
Pawn, this pawn on c5 is not on prise.
Yeah. Okay, I'll go knight e7. This is what I've been aiming if you play e5. Or what do you do if I play knight h4? This is some annoyance there.
Yeah, that is very tricky. Then I'll have to go step up with the rook to defend the g2 pawn.
Exactly. But now
Yeah.
since you're defending, there's no reason of getting this bishop opened, to help the bishop.
Yeah, I agree. Because let's rewind. Let's go back to rook c8. Ah, the pawn on a6 is hanging.
Oh, we can just take it. Right. Yeah. Our attention has been always to attack. We forgot that we can just grab the pawn. Right. Yeah. So rook c8 cannot be the move. What else then?
Queen c7.
Queen c7. Yeah, let's try this. Queen c7. You can easily play bishop e3, I guess.
Well, the pawn on e4 is hanging again.
Yeah, that's why I think... Oh, e4, yeah, that's right. You don't like that. Yeah. How to continue that after queen c7?
Well, what happens if you go bishop a3? No, I agree.
No, f4.
No e5s, no nothing. Oh yeah.
Or you just don't do anything about it. And what else that you can do?
Queen e3. Let's just...
Queen e3. But there's d6.
Then you can not take. Yeah,
I
okay,
think
so you
take, and then
bishop
this
is
rook maybe
hanging.
to c8.
The bishop is hanging on c4.
Oh,
Unfortunately.
bishop is hanging on c4. Oh, yeah, that's even better. Yeah, and it just takes this. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Don't walk yourself
It's
into
not
the
so
pin.
easy to come up with accurate moves in this particular position. So
maybe do not play king h1, but play something that is more aggressive. Although I like king h1. In principle, yeah, just get your king away from this diagonal.
Okay, what happens if you go for broke immediately? F5.
And knight e5.
F6.
Wow.
Yeah.
I take.
And nothing is happening to the Black King.
Or maybe bishop h6 first, just to
Yeah,
get
rook
this bishop over
e8.
here. Rook e8. And this cannot be happening because you have queen g4.
But
So
you can sit with the knight on g6 and everything is good in this world. So it's always good to check that out. But yeah, I think f5 is too weakening. It also gives purpose to the knight on g6. So
yeah.
I just wanted to check it out, just in case people what. And
Oh, I was just trying to find a reason why Ju Wenjun doesn't like to play queen d4. I mean, we have all this evaluation bar that makes us confident that queen d4 was a good move. But in the game, instead of queen e2, if queen d4 happens, maybe what she doesn't like is this move e5, which is very typical in Sicilian as well. And if you take this and then just castle, maybe this is what she doesn't like. And again, when we're making this move on the board, we see that the evaluation bar actually likes it for white, but during the game you never know, because this is also very, very typical in Sicilian, right? You're damaging the pawn structure, and yeah, this might be actually pretty weak for white, so that black can attack it later. So just trying making sense, because queen d4 looks very natural, it looks very straightforward, and obviously this is the first move that Ju Wenjun should have in mind, but instead she rejected the idea and played queen e2.
right. But I also think that this signals some, I don't know whether nervousness is the right word, but some kind of nerves, I would say, because normally Ju is a fantastic calculator and she would be looking at queen d4 and she would be looking at that position and assessing it incredibly accurately. But with queen e2, she somehow just wants to keep control. She doesn't want to take risks. She doesn't want to allow this e5, as you mentioned. But I'm pretty sure on a normal day in a normal tournament, she'd be playing queen to d4 and then working everything's out. Because we saw that in game 3 when she won. She did some incredible calculation very, very quickly. Okay, so after queen e2, I was thinking this, bishop drops to d3 just to overprotect e4 so that then she can play bishop e3 in peace.
Yep.
But she is losing time.
Yep, she's losing time indeed. And I think what we're gonna see is something to do about this pawn. Some threat, rook c8, no, queen c7, because rook c8 there is bishop a6. So there might be queen c7 and maybe another one coming in, something like this. Yeah. Now it's a little bit unsure again. Like the advantage is still there, but yeah, I'm a bit unsure about white's chances here.
Well, white is a pawn up. Let's not forget that. But it's not a great pawn, And here, even if you were to sacrifice the pawn, say by playing d6, black's pieces are very, very active. The bishop on b7 is excellently placed. I'm imagining that d6 will happen after black has centralized the rooks. Everything has to be done with the right time, but still, white has to be careful.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Yuvia. Even though white is pawn up, that pawn is not a good pawn and can always be the target of attack. And now Tan Zhongyi is taking her time to think what to do next.
Yeah, I'm thinking that we're going to see from Tan, queen c7, rook b8, rook fc8. I don't know the exact which way should be good. She'll always have to considering at every turn f5. That's something that has to be calculated. F5 and this pawn advance all the way to F6. But it does appear that whilst the knight has access to E5, F5 is not such a problem.
Now the king is still on G1. Maybe we can make D5 work. Because you cannot and pass on it. It's illegal. Illegal croissant. No, it's illegal and pass on.
Yes. I like that one. Illegal croissant, right? Yeah. Nope, can't do it. Now I get it, actually. It's to do with crossing, illegal crossing.
And what
Buttered
about
ham.
butter and pass on? What
I
can
don't,
be
that bit I
buttered
don't
about it?
understand. But illegal croissant, I'm getting it. Finally. Yeah, D5 is nice, but maybe it's a bit too straightforward, because let's not forget that you're still a pawn down. So here, probably you can go E5.
Okay, E5. Yeah.
That's
My intention is to get this bishop active, but I still cannot do it. I mean, even if I would like to sacrifice it, it's just CD, and then white will be just 2 pawns up. Yeah, maybe just E5, yeah? And everything is closed in the center. And yeah, you just imagine your bishop over here and over here, like cement it that way. And then we can start looking about this F5 idea of yours. And probably double up the rook on the F file. Wow, this is a sound plan.
Yeah, you can also work on the queen side as well when there's no tension in the center. Like you can do that, the king side one, and you can also go bishop e3, rook ab1, a5, clamp everything down.
Right, so okay, not d5 then. But what else? Queen c7, d5, we looked at those.
Okay, let's
Okay.
try rook b8.
Rook e8.
Rook b8, rook b.
Oh, rook b8, okay. Okay,
bananas.
you're aiming for this knight.
Yes, I want to ask those questions.
Or maybe... Oh, okay, so if I play bishop e3, you're gonna take on e4 so that you can get this knight, or... But that looks...
Probably not. No, probably not. I just want to scare you with some ghosts. So I want to go queen c7.
Okay. Yeah, this pawn is otherwise I'd like to play bishop d4, but
Yeah. But what's wrong with rook ab1? Let's just kind of overprotect everything.
rook ab1. And now since
Maybe
this
rook bishop c6.
Yeah, since this one is not protected, then maybe queen c6, there's knight f5. I just forgot.
Bishop c6, maybe.
Bishop c6, yeah.
Yeah.
That is better.
You got this annoying plan of just kind of doubling on the b line. Yeah, how to... No, you still have to unravel as black, but somehow or other, the knight on g6 is hitting at f4. Queen c7 is a good piece. The bishop on a7, easy come, easy go. For the time being, you can't do anything about that one. And the light square bishop is great.
Yeah. Yeah, you're absolutely right. So, okay. Instead of rook b1, maybe it's time to get this king moving to h1. I know it's losing time, but I just couldn't find a good waiting move here.
Okay, and if we still do the same plan, bishop c6.
Now it is protected, right? So, but okay, the knight is hanging. Where should the knight go? If knight d4, bishop c5. Since the king is already on h1, I don't mind going knight d4, because if you play bishop c5, I have this tactic. Or maybe it's not a good idea. Oh, f4 is hanging, so you can actually take with the f1. Okay. I was trying to be tricky, but I got tricked back.
It's a Sicilian, right? I always find that, you have a great position with white out of the opening, but somehow or other, black is still active, and there's always counter chances.
This one first, maybe f5, so that my f4 pawn is fine.
Oh, you finally got it in, and in a good way as well. Okay, so knight goes to e5.
Yep, and now we can do this trick. Yay!
Yeah, this is a good one.
Yep.
Yeah, this is great.
Yep.
Okay.
So what else? I mean, yeah, bishop d3 is still on the board right now. Zhongyi is still thinking, but she's been taking. Okay, it's too small for me to see. How long has she been thinking? Because it looks like she's been thinking for like 10 minutes already or something. 8 minutes.
She's been thinking 8 minutes and 27 seconds, and it's ticking upwards. But that's a big deal for her because, as we've seen, she tends to play within the minute. Here she's thinking about it's a tense position, actually. Somehow she's survived the worst of it, but she has to coordinate her pieces in the most accurate way. So it is a critical moment. And while she's burning time on the clock, well, it's time for our next break. But I have something cool coming in store for you. If 2 players isn't enough action for you, the 4-player chess championship begins on April 14th in one of chess.com's oldest and most popular variants. You'll compete in a free-for-all format on a 160-square board against 3 opponents at once. If you can master this chaotic variant, you'll take home the lion's share of a $5,000 prize fund. To learn more about 4-player chess and how to compete in the championship, visit go.chess.com/4playerchamps or use !4v4 in chat. And we'll be right back with more of the Women's World Championship after this.
I played in many Olympiads, and my final tournament of my sporting career was the Olympiad in Tromsø, 2014. I went there already knowing that I'm going to be announcing my retirement. It was not at all an overnight decision. I'm not that kind of person, and it wouldn't be responsible at all. So I was looking for an opportunity how to do it the way that I will feel good about it, and also to make the people and the world know that I have other plans in the future. And I somehow wanted to do it in a nice way. So it was a very difficult event for me from this perspective, that I was not sharing it with people, only with my very close friends, and of course my family. I remember giving the interview. It was exactly on the birthday of my son that it was published. Of course it was kind of very strange, right, that after 33 years of a career I started to play chess when I was 5. So chess is like my mother language, and stopped to compete. It was something that I was not afraid of saying this and announcing this. But definitely I knew that I'm going to have a different life. And what was interesting that other players were very surprised, but also couldn't believe it. Like I had a talk with someone discussing that, yeah, I heard that you're really retiring. I said, yes, I do. I'm serious about it. And then we were chatting for like 5 minutes. and just before saying goodbye, says, "Where are you playing next?" So it was very much the fact that I was part of the chess community on different events, especially on the biggest events like the Olympiad. But of course, I'm staying around, but I'm not competing anymore. Chess Olympiads are always fun. I've been in 10 Olympiads. I was playing for a women's team. I was playing in the open section. I was a captain also, and I was a commentator. So I have very different perspectives to the Olympiad. Of course, when I'm a player, when I played for the first time, it was a very special moment to see such an amount of people in a big hall, so many legends there playing. It is something that you will always remember. My other most memorable Olympiad, of course, was my last tournament of my career in 2014. So this too was mainly the two end of it. And in between, I had many interesting memories. Maybe I can say that Istanbul, where we didn't win a medal, but we were so close to it. And I played incredible games, which up to today I'm very happy to share with people. And I played different kind of games of tactics, positional, different style. I remember I have a very good feeling there when I was winning one game after another. Of course, little bitterness that came home without a medal. And of course, the first time in 2002, when we won in the open section the silver medal, that was very memorable. So every Olympiad has its charm, stories, ups and downs, and treasured moments.
And we are back with game 5 of the FIDE Women's World Championship match. And you know what? Before we left, the game was pretty intense. And now it's just gotten a whole new level of wild. As we see Tan Zhongyi, she's not interested in development. She just goes right for the jugular. F7, F5, breaking open the position. We've got to get into it because what on earth is happening here? Given a question mark, but okay, it's computer assessments. Is it warranted on a practical level? Is this a good try?
Well, in Sicilian, it's very, very rare. Did I see this move like F7, F5? Actually, before we went on a break, I was about to suggest this move, F5 itself, but I was a bit hesitant because if I should suggest this move, I might lose my job here as a commentator. So because it's just it feels just so wrong because okay, let's take a look at this position. Let's say that you don't really calculate much, and then just by taking this one, it just looks very loose in black's position. Of course, we cannot play knight d4 in this moment because c5 is hanging, but it's just like I think I can just play bishop e3 here, followed by queen f2. Again, my dream of putting the bishop on d4 might come true. And nothing will challenge this bishop when it is on d4. So it's one idea that occurs to my mind, like on the few seconds after I see this f5. Because after f5, it takes f5. It's actually not an only move. There is still this move that a little bit annoying that we also have to calculate, knight h4. So maybe again, having this bishop on b7, maybe additionally, Tan Zhongyi has this type of idea to attack g2. Although in this position again, after bishop e4, everything stops. And we might even try to get a more accurate response to this. I don't know, rook f2 maybe. I don't like g3 at all. Or maybe just if you're feeling just a safe position, just play bishop e4 and then I'm pretty sure white is still better, although the bar doesn't like it. What do you think, Yovi?
I was thinking you could just take. We're analysts here,
just take.
Irene. We take on e6, right? Because you're threatening
Just
e7.
taking. Right.
And if they capture back on e6, you can take with the check. And then I was thinking then to go, no. I lost control because I forgot the bishop was hanging on. Okay, but here we do have now bishop e4. Let's play it safe now, Irene.
Bishop e4, yes. I like it now. Yep, this is much better.
Everything good.
Everything holds, yeah. The other idea, the reason why bishop e4 is not as good is because you can just take this, and then you can pretty much take this with anything, with the rook, with the knight, with the pawn. I think everything's fine. But I think in principle, you have to bring the knight back to the center, and then this might be the reason why bishop e4 immediately is not good. But your idea, Yovi, with taking e6 first, yes, this should be the move, because now after this you just play bishop e4, and again, let's not forget you still have a pawn up.
Yeah, and I also got to say, let's go back to the f5 idea, because knight h4 is still in the air. So I think e takes f5 makes a whole lot of sense. Knight h4 we saw was the response.
We saw that.
So
maybe just take this one.
Take the pawn. And now, okay, you were talking about bishop e3, which again looks very natural, completing development. But black still has the idea of going knight h4, maybe even rook e8. At least you're active with the pieces.
Okay, but now it's a bit different. Now I can push this knight back, I guess. I'm not really worried of that bishop. And I have two tempi up to get bishop e3 and d4. And now there's nothing for this knight on this line, or even if you want to trap yourself like this, be my guest, because now knight is gonna trapped all the way till the end of the game. So probably after this, knight has to go back to g6 and getting my dream come true with bishop e3. And I think in this position, yeah, now it's back to Ju Wenjun is back to the driver's seat. But first of all, of course, she has to find what to do after f5.
Yeah. She has to do some accurate calculation, something that we've seen her do many, many times. Okay, so a fail-safe would be e5, right?
A
Let's
fail
have a
safe.
look at that one. Yeah. Well, we'll find out whether it's so good, but let's just go e5 and see what happens next if Ju Wenjun is not focusing on calculation and instead just wants to maintain control. So what would black play against this?
Yeah, good question. Knight h4 is still there. Queen c7 as well. We talked about it before. I mean, black has to do something using another piece apart from the minor pieces here, but she's gonna take it, and she's done it.
She does.
He
Indeed,
takes
take
f5
it
is on the
now.
board. Yep.
We're gonna find out. And she takes with the e-pawn.
And e takes f5 is now on the board. So I guess it's gonna be bishop e3. It's almost, I feel like it's almost certain because you would like to get another piece working, connect your rooks. This is a very basic chess principle, connecting your rooks so that they can work in the maximum way. And she's reaching for it. Bishop e3 is on the board.
Yeah, bishop e3. And the move that you suggested was bishop d4, which is actually a throwback to game 3. Do you remember the white pawn was on c3, there was a bishop on d4.
Right.
And that game was an endgame, but it was such a good piece. And it was actually a big lesson to all of us about how the value of a bishop improves when it's kind of anchored by this pawn. So here I'm thinking queen to c7 is a natural move for Tan. And you keep the idea of knight h4 in the pocket. I have another idea of going queen to c6 at the right time.
At the right
And
time.
at the right, everything has to come at the right moment because otherwise knight a5 is coming. So black doesn't care about material. The plan is rook a e8, a knight will come to h4, queen c6, and ta-da!
Suddenly
Activity.
black is emerging from all of these defensive position. Yes, okay. Let's take a look at after queen c7. Now I cannot play bishop d4, I guess, or can I? Can I still be stubborn about it? Like, I don't care if I have to sacrifice something. Probably. Because yeah, why not? Let's say, okay, we have all the power to take backs, right? After here, let's get, no, if I give a check first, maybe you can play knight d5 actually. But that doesn't matter, does it? Because my initial idea is, okay, it might be really bad. This is really unnecessary to play, but something like this with these two bishops it's looking like it's very powerful. But okay, with queen g4 protecting this and attacking this, okay, it's white is just losing here. I gotta be careful after queen c7. Let me think. I got a move, Yovi. The move is, I think it's quite multifunctional. Because all your ideas is this, and this. So my move would be queen f2. Stepping away from the pin, stopping knight h4 from happening so that I can still play bishop d4. And I still keeping an eye to this g2 pawn. Should you play queen c6, then I have knight a5.
Okay.
But not for long. Queen c7 is there, but it is another mistake. What is going on, Yovi? With all these inaccuracies back to back to back, and especially with Tan Zhongyi's play, we saw b5. I think that was the first major inaccuracy by her, and then f5, and then queen c7.
Could it be something as basic as bishop takes a6?
That
Is that
is
why the
possible.
engine is not liking it? Because it's just say, hey, be greedy, take them all. And okay, but I feel that computer assessment of a question mark is actually really, really harsh because on a human level, you're looking at trying to unleash the chaos. So, I mean, this works because after bishop takes a6, queen takes a6, bishop takes c5 is going to be met by queen c4.
Queen
There's a
c4.
consequence.
Yep.
There's a consequence to having that king on an exposed diagonal.
Yep. And this was not the case before because the pawn was still on f7, so you didn't have this check on c4, and bishop takes a6 indeed happened. So inaccuracies by Tan Zhongyi were met by good moves from Ju Wenjun here. So wow, I mean, Ju Wenjun is now expanding her advantage, because before, I remember probably like 30 minutes ago, like after castle and before f5, I could feel like maybe black will strike back and get the good defensive moves. But now after this f5, everything is loosened up and white is exploiting black's position. And now another pawn. So it's like 2 pawns up.
2 pawns up, and the a pawn is really strong, and the bishop on a7 is still locked out of play. And if there is a trade of light square bishop, that's literally black's best piece gone from the board, right?
Yes, and in this position, white can even think of directing this game into an endgame, so that black doesn't have any other counter chances towards white's king, because with 2 pawns up, you can just play pretty much any sort of endgame and you're going to win it. So there's already, what do you call it, a fail-safe plan. Like in case your attack doesn't go according to your plan, at least okay, let's switch it to the endgame. Let's trade as many pieces as you can, and then you'll be happy that you end up with 2 extra pawns.
Yes, and we can see from Tan's expression there on the camera, she's not happy with this position. Bishop a6 somehow came as a surprise to her. And I can understand why, because all your attention is focused on the king side and you're thinking everything is happening there. Bishop takes a6. Well, that's some impressive calculation there from Ju Wenjun and full board awareness. So bishop a6, great stuff. And yeah, Ju Wenjun would do anything to get into an endgame right now. Endgame, 2 pawns up, you can breathe a sigh of relief. Even if you have to give back one of those pawns and still be a pawn up and have complete control, then that would certainly be in Ju's favor. So Tan Zhongyi, she needs to fight, and how best to do this. Because if she steps with her bishop, say to e4, then Ju's response is going to be what? Bishop D. Is she going to kind of bishop d3, do this little dance? No, I insist.
Yeah, bishop d3 is fine. Although now I like this bishop c4 first, just to get my bishop out of the way to get this king, and then queen h5. I know the board doesn't like it, but this is just a principled move. Although I don't know how I will attack h7. It's just that I want to get out of the way, or maybe let's get a bit more accurate in this position. What if we just ignore all of these things and saying, hey, my king side is fine. I don't have to do anything about it. And my extra pawns, they are on the queen side. So can we push it?
Yeah. Okay. So nothing to be done on the queen side. So let's go rook a8.
Okay. And now, even if you move your bishop, there's still nothing. Or maybe what you're trying to do is knight h4. So
Yeah,
let's do this. Let's go queen f2.
I was hoping you wouldn't look in that direction. Okay, let's do now d6. No, I can't. Yes. Yeah, now d6.
I just feel sorry for this bishop. Yeah. Okay, d6. Oh, like I was saying, you're happy to go to the endgame. Okay, but what you're actually trying to get is this bishop, yeah? So yeah. I cannot take d6 right away. Then I'll just go bishop b5, attacking your rook at the same time. And next move, I'll take this. And maybe Maybe even if you play rook b8 like this, I don't have to take. I'll just push another pawn. Like the play is and I may not do the most accurate moves, but this still will do.
Yeah, it's you're completely just styming up what's happening on the king side. There's no knight h4s. And you're just solidifying in the queen side and cementing that 2-pawn advantage. So I like this play, and that's what Ju wants to do. Keep control. It's something that you're going to see time and time again from her style. She's very much about strategy, just simply making sure that everything is worked out. No activity for the opponent. Okay, bishop takes. Okay, let's rewind. Let's have a look for another try. I do
What I
feel
was thinking
somehow
is,
as black you don't want to take. What were you thinking?
yeah,
Sorry.
what I was thinking is, what if we just forget about this pawn? Like we admitted that okay, there's nothing that we can do about that pawn anymore. So let's get something around the center, because now there's a direct attack. Like I would like to take this and take this. So maybe bishop c4 just to get out of the way, and then after this, then we can think about this pin. Or maybe
Irene,
uh-huh.
can you take the bishop? Because
Exactly.
I would like to.
I realized it too late. You just take the bishop, of course. And then after this, you have a check actually.
Check.
And after this, you go bishop d4 maybe.
Maybe rook a e1.
Rook a e1 also. I like it so much. Yes. Nice.
And then knight
Very
h4.
nice.
Just to make sure, just go one step further, just to make sure that, we have a cover for queen takes, rook f2. And yeah,
but this might be a little bit unpleasant with the pin. So that's why I was thinking you can just play bishop d4, because after here you can have rook f2 without any problems, and keep the rook over here, because all you want to do is just pushing this pawn. Be cruel.
Okay, what happens if you go bishop b8? So we can still keep
B8.
it.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, the bishop's not working.
In any case, if you take this one, I always have this idea, and then the queen will take this. So I don't think I'm worried about it. Or what else can be the move here?
Yeah. Yeah, maybe you can even go a5.
Yeah, just f5.
Takes
Yeah, just to show that this is not a good move, because just like this maybe, and takes, and okay, this one. Although, let's be more accurate. There should be something here. Oh, what about we just keep pushing this one first?
Even better.
Yeah. We don't have to worry about this. This is your fail-safe plan. This is something that I learned from you, Yobi. I never had anything. I mean, I've had this type of plan, but I never name it. But now I have like, okay, fail-safe. Just in case your main plan goes wrong, you have this fail-safe plan. So this is
exactly.
it. Yeah.
It's always good when you're calculating as well. You always have like a move that you don't need to calculate. It's just a simple improving move that fits in with general principles. And if the lines that you calculate don't work out, then you can kind of just depend on the move that you haven't calculated, but you instinctively know it's pretty safe. So it's a fail-safe.
It's a fail-safe, indeed. Okay, still no move yet from Tan Zhongyi after bishop takes a6. So we've seen rook a e8, we've seen bishop takes a6. What else that we should note in this position? I think rook e8 feels, or bishop e4 also, they feel really into the position. But anyway, it's 2 pawns down for black.
Yeah, definitely. We've investigated rook e8. We saw that was, even though it did look dangerous, it was pretty easily handled. What about bishop to c6? We've got to be as tricky as possible. Well, Tan has to be tricky because she's now in survival mode.
The same thing. I'll give a check first, let's say, and after this, still no idea, right, around here, then I'll play queen f2 first, just to stop knight h4. My idea is just to keep advancing this pawn, but here and there I will have to watch out about any counter attack or any counter chances, and I'll handle that one first before continuing to this pawn advance.
Okay. I think this is excellent strategy. So what about rook fe8?
Rook fe8. Okay. Getting my dream to d4 is nice. Yeah. Actually, let's do it.
And now everything is covered. So annoying. Rook. Yeah, it's annoying that you've gone bishop d4 because I did have ideas of going knight h4 still. But okay, rook b8. Yeah. And the bishop on c4 covers everything because
Right.
rook a b8 is the only move that I can think of.
Okay.
Hang on a second. Hang on, I have an idea. Bishop b8.
Bishop b8.
Woohoo! Living on the back rank. So knight
Okay.
takes f4 is my plan.
Oh, but don't forget, UV, I have something like this maybe.
I know.
Although
Rook
I'd like to be accurate. I'd like to keep my bar that high. So let's find the best move in this position. Okay, should I be worried about this f4 or should I play something else? Because knight f4. What about I play queen g3 so that you cannot take that f4 pawn because g7 is hanging.
Okay. And now rook e4. Let's just throw the pieces forward.
Okay. Please pretend that you don't see my move, okay? Please pretend. Please help me. Oh, what was your purpose on going rook e4, UV? Just keep doing it.
well, since you asked so nicely, yeah. So you've got a plan of queen takes g6, followed by rook h3, and I don't like that. So I think d5 is the only chance to kind of stay alive. But I am floundering here. It's a big struggle to come up with moves.
Yeah, I think I have to do this en passant so that our producer can be happy that there is an en passant happening today, at least in the analysis.
Yep. Queen takes d6. He will be very happy because it's a buttered en passant. I just don't get I'm sure someone somewhere can help me out and explain it all to me.
I have an idea right now. Since you put your queen over here, I'll put my rook over here. Another threat is coming.
Yeah, and this is just... it just feels miserable. It really does. It's like one can... Oh, you don't... you're threatening bishop takes g7. There's no coordination whatsoever with the pieces, and queen takes knight is still in the air. And I know the evaluation bar says there's a sliver of hope left. It really does not feel like that at all. So difficult position there for Tan, as we're trying to find ways for her to keep the game alive, or at least to put some practical chances to get some of that. Yeah, so let's go back to the position. So we tried bishop c6, bishop to e4, rook e8. What else have we tried? Bishop takes bishop.
And Tan has been spending nearly 15 minutes, and she came with a move, another rook to e8, rook f e8. So if we stick to our calculation from before, whenever there is rook e8, we would like to take this bishop on b7, queen takes, and then queen c4 with a check. And whenever the king moves, then we just step away from the attack to d4. And if there is any knight h4 trying to checkmate on g2, then you can always have rook f2. And this is actually kind of the end of our calculation. I just note that this was not a possibility before, but since the other rook is going to e8, I might actually think a move like queen f7.
Yeah.
Because in the other line that we saw with rook e8, it was the other rook, so that queen f7 was never really a possibility. But all right, rook f8. What else can we come up with?
Can I also show in another possibility, just for pattern recognition's sake? We stepped up with the f rook to f2, but I also wanted to highlight that the a rook can also move up. So if we get to that position, and the reason I wanted to do was just to show that on the board. It's probably not as effective as rook f2, but rook a2 is because it's very difficult to sometimes visualize these long defensive moves on the horizontal. And I kind of called it the Capablanca defense because that was the very first person that I saw. Well, that sounds like I was witnessing him play. No, I never did that. I read him in a book and I saw this game. It's the very first time I saw this type of defense. And I was so struck by how you're able to just make these defensive moves from the other side of the board.
No, this is good. Yeah, this is also pretty good. Again, I think white is spoiled with choices here. And she goes bishop takes b7 already on the board. Queen takes b7. I'm pretty sure we're going to see this variation, Yovi, because it's very straightforward and there is no risk whatsoever in that line. It's just straightforward. You are 2 pawns up. You are controlling both sides, both wings, queen side, king side. And you're just happy with the position. Queen c4. Again, is on the board. And of course, I think in this position, king h8 should be the move, not king f8. But Tan Zhongyi is still thinking.
Yeah, I also think that king f8 is, well, one step too far, dancing with your king in plain sight. But it's possible to go rook to e6. Maybe. No, it's not possible to do that. You don't want to step into a pin because rook e6 is going to be met by knight d4. So, yeah, that's game over. And king h8 forced. And what is nice about this is that every single one of white's pieces is stable, right?
Yep.
The bishop on d4 supported by the pawn on c3. The queen is threatening to come into f7. That's an awful, awful threat there. And white is threatening to centralize. The a pawn is also threatening to just march up the board. And knight to h4 can easily be met with a rook a2 or rook f2. Your choice.
Yep. Absolutely right, Yovi. Yes, wow, 2 hours into the game. I don't expect it will go down this way actually, because within 2 hours, I would expect that things still go quite equalish. And if it is a decisive game, then you might expect another 5 or 6 hour game like what we saw in the previous rounds. So yeah, it's just so many inaccuracies, very uncharacteristic from Tan Zhongyi especially, because even though Wenjun, she also did one inaccuracy, but it's still like pretty much fine because she was still having some advantage. It's just diminishing her advantage a little bit. But for Zhongyi, it's just back to back to back. b5, f5, queen c7. But already after b5 and f5, queen c7, I think whichever moves that going to your mind after b5, f5 it was going to be pretty hard still for Tan Zhongyi to come up with a good defense. But here, yeah, sad to say, it's almost GG.
Yeah. And what does this mean for Tan Zhongyi if she were to lose this? Because it's been, we're 22 moves in. She has a lost position. I'm just seeing the engine is saying +2 advantage, which at this level is a very decisive advantage. and Ju's got a very stable position after bishop to d4. But what does it actually mean for Tan? She loses this, it's essentially a bad game. And when you think about the trend, the game 4 was somewhere where she could have pressed Ju a lot harder. She could have
Definitely.
taken those opportunities. Do you think that do you think that the match is starting to take its toll on Tan? Or is it just a bad day at the office? These things happen and Tan will be back to her best for game 6.
I think it's just a bad day at the office because we've seen how Tan Zhongyi plays her games before. Like usually she's very accurate. She spend like enough time on the clock to think quickly or think a bit longer. But here in this game, I just couldn't feel the rhythm between her time management and her moves. And also B5 and F5, as I mentioned before, they're really, really very hard to explain and also very hard to understand why she did such move, because in such a position, well, it requires calculation, of course, but also it requires some experience. And just by experience, you can tell that the pawn on c5 needs to be challenged, and she just didn't do it. And so I think because
we should show the first inaccuracy, because it was happened all the way back on move 11, and well, it was a kind of series of opening surprises from both players, right? So this is the moment we're talking about. Knight e5 has come as a surprise to Ju. Ju responds with this c5, and we were expecting b6. I think we were talking a lot about how Black should be challenging that stronghold with
yes, b6,
b6, d6 at the right time. This is what we were expecting, and is very much in Tan's confrontational style of play, where she challenges directly. And instead, she responded with knight 7, g6, and then b5. You know, perhaps forgetting that Ju doesn't have to take the pawn on b6 en passant. Only streamers are forced to take that. Yeah.
Yeah, and then this was also another mistake which I forgot to mention because it allows a4. This is just another attack that Ju Wenjun did on the other side of the board, because knight c6, okay, white is still going to be better, but at least this is a bit more accurate than knight c4, because after a4 you can actually safely play b4 and there is no attack on that minor pawn structure of yours. So instead, she played knight c4, another inaccuracy, and after a4, everything is just falling into Ju Wenjun's hand. And yeah, in this position, I think you mentioned the best move was queen d4, right, Yovi? I really liked it. But again, Wenjun was just playing it safe, and b takes a3, a very good fail safe. This is still, keeping some advantage for Wenjun. And after bishop b7, queen e2, another inaccuracy there. So we were looking after queen e2 that both players making inaccuracies back to back to back, and probably there will be some chances for Tan Zhongyi to come up with good defense and save the game. But as soon as I say it, after bishop d3, she played f5. This is such a loosening move around her king, and also getting away all the tans around the center, because after takes this, another bad move there, queen c7, because allowing bishop takes a6, and now white has 2 pawns up. Rook e8 takes, and we actually have a move after queen c4. It's king h8 and bishop d4. So we've been pretty on the spot there, and rook e6.
Yeah, and rook e6 makes a lot of sense, because Tan might as well double rooks and threaten to go rook e2. So Tan's plan is pretty clear. She wants to double rooks. She wants to get a knight to h4. She wants the rook to come into e2. And she's pinning all her hopes on that.
Exactly. So now for white, what should white do then? Because you pointed out all good plans by black. I like it. If I were black in this position, I would also do the same thing, like doubling up the rook and hoping for all this attack to work with rook e2, knight h4. So now we understand that this is black's idea, what to do as white. Should we play a move like rook a2? You suggested this move before, doubling up the rook on f file, and also you're protecting the pawn on g2, or should we do something else? Because one thing that I don't really like in the position is the position of the knight. It just doesn't really do anything at the moment. But I also don't know if I can move it right now, whether it is the good time for the knight to move, or should I just keep it there?
You know, I'm tempted to go a5. I was I was running ahead of myself. So a5 with the idea of just going a6.
Okay, so I'll continue with this plan. Double up the rook.
And then a6.
Mm-hmm. Oof, okay. I will hide.
and now, for me, I was even thinking of being creative with the defense of the second rank. I was thinking even knight a5, even though it's kind of not normally how I play, with the idea of going knight b7.
Here, knight b7.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then just saying it's not a big deal. You just go bishop. I guess you can go bishop f2 if the worst comes to the worst. What else can we do?
You can still do rook a2 actually.
Ah, yes. This queen on c4 is so good.
I know, yeah. Yeah, and then black spent a few moves to get this attack, but within just one move, rook a2, and you can actually do it in any given time. It's still working. So yeah, let's come back to this position after rook e6. Rook a2 is always there. What else can we see? Another idea is to get the other rook on the third rank, actually. I don't know whether it is feasible or not. Like to put it here and then put another rook on here, but maybe it doesn't need to be that way.
Also, could you be insistent about swapping off queens? You know, because I'm sure Ju just wants to get out of immediate danger. So I'm also curious about queen to b5.
Queen to b5, I can put queen here, and then you might go c4 and queen e4. How good is that?
I was also wanting to play from your playbook. No. I wanted to go rook a to d1. That's a Sikander trick.
I see. That's very tricky, yeah. That's true. And suppose I go to e4 right after queen b5, then queen e4.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe you can just grab this pawn and then you're attacking a checkmate. And you end up with 3 pawns up in this position. Wow. Okay. So what if I avoid it by also protecting the pawn? Let's say, I don't know, queen c7, but at least now there is no more pressure on g2, right?
It is still tempting to do the trick, right? Rook a to d1. Although, yeah, let's just try. Rook a d1.
Oh, you want to go
my
here,
trick
yeah?
is this. I want to go bishop takes g7, followed by rook takes d7. I'm going to name this one the Sikander, the Irene.
but don't be too fast, Yovi, because there's rook b8, and after you play this, maybe I'll play king g8. I'll just put it there, so that Olu is still winning. Wow. Okay.
There's rook takes d7, isn't there? Oh, no,
Rook
hang
takes
on.
d7, takes this. Yeah, maybe still winning.
a7. Like
Yeah,
somehow
A7.
or other, black's pieces are so unfortunately placed that you can.
It's like a Pac-Man, yeah? You just keep capturing it in one line.
And still, after all of that, white's pieces are all protected.
Yeah, you cannot capture this, you cannot capture this. My gosh. All right, so rook e6, and Wenjun played Oh, very cautious move, h3.
Uh-huh.
Why
Okay,
did
so
she do that?
it's very calm move. I can't answer the question why. I haven't. But I guess just to cover any back rank issues so that she can meet any potential rook e1s with like a king h2. That's about it. Okay, but rook e8, very quick move there from Tan. I think Tan has to go on full on bluff mode, play quickly, confidently, pretend you got it all worked out.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so e2 now is the destination for this rook. I'm almost pretty sure that she's gonna play rook a2 in this move.
Yeah. I think that is very much in the air, and then we can see that rook e1 can simply be met with.
Then you can go back to f7.
Yes. Okay, well, we have a move.
We have rook f2. Okay, so the reason why I like a2 better is because there is no check on e1. But okay, I think it should be quite similar. And this check on e1 is not very dangerous because now you already prepared it. You played h3 so that the king can move up.
Mm-hmm.
But I still don't like this move. It's yeah, I mean, she's just passing the turn. She knows, actually, maybe this is a strategical move, that she knows that she's better and she doesn't want to take any risk. And h3 is a principal move anyway, that you are giving your back rank some air. But again, there are still so many other moves that could be better than that. But okay, this is probably her style because maybe she also didn't expect that the game would go down this way, and then just keeping everything intact by playing this h3.
Right. But I agree with you. It feels like a little bit of a worrying trend, right? Rook f2, h3 going completely on the defensive. And Tan will be feeling a little bit more hopeful, even though her position is ultimately lost. So I'm thinking that the best try for Tan is bishop to b8. All
Bishop
her pieces
b8.
are well placed. Yeah, you
Mhm.
might as well threaten. Although, as you pointed out many times, knight takes f4 is not a threat.
No, I think it is now a threat because like after all the tradings, it's like rook and bishop versus bishop and knight. Black is still in the plus, and also next move you might pair it up with a move like rook e4 or even queen e4, attacking these two. Yeah, I like bishop b8. I mean, you just keep trying to find all the target in this position, and for now the target is the f4 pawn. Okay, so now what to do with it then? Probably just doubling up the rook like this.
Yeah. Rook af1. And now, what about your... Okay, so you can't... There's very little to do, actually, in this position for black. Because if you touch the rook on e6, queen comes to f7. So let's just wait. h7, h6 or something.
Oof, h6. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just also going to wait. Because actually, if we're calm about it, white can't advance so easily. So queen to b5 is going to be met by queen to e4. I just want to pass the move back to you.
But if you play queen e4, then this is hanging.
Yeah. Then hopefully there's some knight takes f4. Queen e4.
This one is hanging too.
The queen's on. Oh.
Yeah.
And that's the golden snitch. It wins the game. Oh. Yeah, that one is good.
I like it when my co-commentator has some Harry Potter references. So yes, golden snitch, 150 points immediately.
Yeah.
Hang on, is it 150 or 250? It's been a while ago.
I can't remember. I thought I knew quite a bit about Harry Potter until I did a quiz, and then I realized, nope, nothing. Okay. Bishop d8. Okay, well, it's threatening the pawn on f4, so we are expecting rook a f1 from Ju.
Mm-hmm. Or is there any other? No, I don't think so. Rook a f1 just completely solve the problem without giving any risk to the position. Everything is protected except your queen, but the queen can protect herself.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay, let's put rook f1 and then keep trying to attack white's king now. Although I don't know how.
I still think h6 is a good move, just on principle,
Okay.
so that,
And I'll go queen b5.
Okay, and this time, instead of letting you win a beautiful pawn on d7, let's go queen to d5.
Queen d5, okay.
Yeah. And so then we might have, although you do have c4. What is the idea of the c4? I don't know.
Yeah, c4 is there, and pulling the bishop back maybe afterwards. Yeah, I like it. Although, ooh, look at that.
Whoa.
Oof.
Well, there you go. We found a way for white to go wrong. How does white go wrong?
Good question. Yeah, it's just that the bishop is now loose. Still trying to figure out what's wrong with it.
Probably you go queen e4.
Mm-hmm.
And then once queen takes d7 happens,
we have a move. Rook a f.
Yeah.
Rook a f1 indeed was played. No, I think the reason why this is bad is because your queen is out of place right now. Like it's. Oh, but this one is hanging. But no.
Yeah, but then you attack.
Oh, but this one can easily be met with this one, and then you take this one, and this is a more important pawn anyway.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, we found a way to give some chances for Tan, but okay, let's not do that. After rook a f1, let's see your move again, h6, and do something else. I really
was
would
just
like
a random move.
I really would like to maneuver this knight actually, in any way. Like for example, this way, and then I'll put it here, for example, or what else? Just maneuver it. Like for example, this way, and then this way, knight here, just to give this knight a purpose to live.
Okay. So are you going to play knight a5 then?
Or knight a5. Yeah, let's say
with queen c7.
Let's try. Just let's try it. Yeah, knight a5.
Okay. Queen c. So you were headed to queen to d3 afterwards. So I guess I have to go queen c7.
Queen c7. And now probably have to protect this with the queen. Where should I go? Queen b5 maybe? Because you still cannot take this. Yeah, queen b5.
And now I guess I just have to mix some match, rook to e4. I'll try.
Okay. I'm wondering if c6 will work now. It looks tempting. Let's do it. Oops. No. What?
Oh no. Maybe there was some knight takes. Oh, Irene, there might be some problems with your king. Knight takes f4.
And then knight no, not there.
No,
but
knight
e2. Knight e2 and queen h2. Yeah, definitely. Okay. Something that I missed there. Okay, so this is actually a serious threat, and unless I go queen b6. Can I do that? No. Also cannot.
Do knight takes f4. No.
Yeah,
no,
because
no.
you take this, and knight f4 still. Wow, a serious
No.
threat.
Queen takes h6. After queen b6, there was queen takes h6.
No, what I meant is taking the b6 first.
I'll take the queen.
Yeah,
Okay.
take the queen after this, and then you take this. And I know there are two passed pawns, but still, I think black has more chances on the king side because of this pawn being captured. So, okay, this is a serious threat with the pawn on f4. Knight f4 is coming.
Okay. Well, it means that there is still some chances for Tan and some danger for Ju to take care of. Should we go back to the game position? Because I was just putting h6 just because I didn't want to get back rank mated. Tan, I mean, the trend of the game is that she's constantly playing active moves. B5 looked active, even though it didn't challenge for the center. F5 also active. So it's very difficult just to go h6 and just take care of the king. And there, whilst we see Tan settling in for, I think, in this very difficult position, well, there's so much drama on the board. But Twitch is even better with a subscription to Chess24. Your sub unlocks exclusive emotes made just for the Women's World Championship, entertaining content during breaks, plus an ad-free experience on chess.com. So use !subscribe in chat to level up. And if you are subscribed, enjoy this sneak peek of Fabiano answering some of the world's most pressing questions. And we'll be right back after this.
We have some ChatGPT questions for you, so you're just gonna hold them, read them, and answer them.
Okay. Oof. Chess is often described as a game of deep strategy. How do you stay focused and avoid burnout after intense training sessions or games? I think like having a break from chess sometimes, because if you're just playing nonstop, which I sometimes tend to do, you can really get burned out and then lose motivation, and then you sit at the board wondering why you're there. And that's usually a bad sign for your chess. So definitely taking a break sometimes. What was the moment you realized you could become one of the top chess players in the world? I think that it was a kind of a process that took a while for me after my teenage years, because there were moments when I was not so confident and when I wasn't sure about my improvement. And then probably like the pivotal moment was 2012, when I did really well in a tournament and I rose in the rankings in the Tata Steel tournament in 2012. And then after that, things kind of went well for that year, and that was probably the moment. But I was already between 19 and 20 that year, and I had already like had success, but there's definitely a difference between having success and then having the success to become one of the best players. In your view, what separates the world's best players from the rest? I think a lot is very circumstantial too. And it's like very fine details. So it's not like one specific thing. A lot of it is, psychological things like being able to deal with disappointments and losses, which come inevitably, and also motivation, which is very individual. But you really need that motivation to stay, just even to play and not to get depressed. Playing chess tournament after tournament, sometimes dealing with a lot of disappointments, sometimes having a lot of successes. Don't get too down on yourself when you're doing badly. That's definitely a big part of it. But there's like a million details. You've had a career that spans so many years. What has been the most significant evolution you've noticed in your own game over time? Well, I think for me, it's probably different for everyone. But as I've gotten more experience and a bit older, I've definitely gotten a bit more intuitive and perhaps also lost a bit of the intensity that I had when I was younger and maybe a bit weaker and lacked the understanding, but compensated a bit more with intensity. So that's a bit of a trade-off, I think, for players who have played for a long time. If you could change one rule or aspect of competitive chess, what would it be and why? I don't know what I would change. I would definitely change never-ending tiebreaks, so we don't have any split world championships anymore.
And we are back to Shanghai for Game 5 of the FIDE Women's World Championship. And it has been a very tense match so far, but this game has exceeded all expectations. Full of twists, surprises, and Tan Zhongyi now finds herself in a much worse, almost losing position against Ju Wenjun. She has to find a way to drum up counterplay if she wants to survive. The question is, how should she do it? What risk should she take? And those are all those pressing questions. So for Ju Wenjun, she finds herself in a very pleasant scenario. She survived a difficult game in Game 4. Now she has this position, which almost has come through not much effort, would you say, right? It just kind of appeared out of the opening. Tan was the one making the inaccuracies, and now she just has to be careful.
Right, and Tan has to stop helping Ju Wenjun getting whatever she wants, because now it's the time to play a very good defense game, because with 2 pawns down in this position, it's almost pretty sure that Ju Wenjun is going to win it. But the lines that we analyzed just before we took a break was pretty impressive, Yovi, with your h6, because you're solving the back rank problem, and after that you're just focusing your attention towards the f4 pawn. And this is might be the whole hope that black has in his position, because if black doesn't have this attack on f4, then black can say, GG. But let's see if Tan is going to play that h6 move, or if she will come up with something else.
Well, the problem for Tan is that she can't make an active move, so to speak. If she lifts the rook from e6, the white queen will come in and swoop onto f7, and there's going to be problems on the g7 point. If Tan does anything else, comes in with the knight, well, then she's not actually threatening anything by putting a knight on f4. So there's really nothing to be done. Knight takes f4 is never very advisable, because simply rook takes f4, and you're going to see a favorable swap of a rook for 2 pieces. And bear in mind that the rook and bishop are poised to defend the only weakness in the position, g2. So when you're faced with such an unpleasant thing, every active move has a negative consequence, then you just simply make a waiting move and, again, hope for the best. Not the best plan, just to hope and pray for a miracle, but sometimes is the only one available to you, and you just have to keep the game alive. And bearing in mind, they do say, Irene, that the hardest thing in chess is to win a one position, right?
Right. Yes, that's very true. And with everything at stakes here, it's just gonna be harder for Ju Wenjun to keep being objective. I think you mentioned it earlier. If this was another match, if this was another tournament, she would rely on her calculation and then try to find the most accurate continuation as possible. But in this game, we already saw she played queen e2 a few moves ago instead of queen d4. And now she also just played h3 instead of something else that would be more active and more aggressive. That requires more calculation instead of just moving around. And Tan just played knight takes f4. Wow, I was about to say that before she made that move, I think for once in their match here, Tan was lower on time compared to Ju Wenjun just before knight f4, but now it goes back up to more seconds on the clock. Okay, let's investigate this position, Yovi. What is going on with this sacrifice?
Why is... I had written out that move. I gotta be honest with you. I thought that this is not a good idea. I announced it as a bad idea because rook takes knight. What is Tan's intention? I'm surprised. So rook takes... Take it off?
You just take everything, right?
Yeah. Ah.
Maybe, wait, something like this, check. Something like rook e1 or rook e2.
Okay, and then we can drop...
Or we can also play c6, just to stop it that way. But maybe it's something else. Maybe it's rook e1 first.
Well, okay, and then you can always go...
Just king h2.
Okay, well, king h2, exactly. And I just thought...
Oh, that is bad because you pin this rook, I guess.
Queen c7.
Queen b8 maybe, so that
B8,
it's...
yeah.
Oh, maybe not. What else then? Or bring the other rook to e2, so that rook f2.
But what's the answer after queen c7?
After queen c7? Yeah, that is it. That is it.
I can't quite figure out what's the difference between queen b8 and queen c7, but queen b7? Queen c7, rather?
If queen b8, let's think.
Bishop f2 is going to be met by rook to e4.
Mm-hmm.
And what's wrong with g3?
But okay, we have a few moves coming in. So
okay, so Tan is being very tricky here then.
Yeah, very tricky. Yeah, I didn't expect that. She's gonna pinning her hope on this sacrifice. So rook takes f4. Okay, so we were looking at this position with giving a check on e1 and going up to h2. So this is already actually a bit inaccuracy there because of queen c7. Yeah, but I'm still trying to figure out what's wrong with queen b8. This looks similar.
So if you go g3
and give a check maybe,
and now bishop to or rook f7, bishop f2, yeah, and then now...
Yeah, but this also can be achieved. Let's check queen c7. What's the difference? Queen c7 here, and it's going down because
you're winning advantage. Because you got queen... Could it be because you got queen c6? You got queen c6 with the idea of queen h1 checkmate.
But that could also be with queen b7
No,
you have
then
c6.
it's c6.
Okay, so c6 was the culprit then, because otherwise queen b8 would be just the same, right? And then g3, but then queen b7 you have c6 to stop h1. So okay, so that's the difference. Okay, we solved that problem. So now, if this happens, if rook e1 happens, then you cannot...
That's exactly what's happened. You can't go king h2, but you can. You have to go rook f1, and that's happened.
Yes, and rook takes and king takes. This is the position. Wow. Okay. Yeah, because it's also feeling a bit unnatural to walk into this type of position where after rook f1, sorry, after rook e1, you play king h2 and then you walk into this pin. It doesn't matter. You'll figure it out later which one is correct, queen b8 or queen c7. But as long as you see those are the options, you will be like, why do I need to walk into this self pin, right? So let's move rook
Exactly.
f1, and then again
Makes a lot of
you already up material. Naturally speaking, you'd like to trade as many pieces as possible. So rook f1 totally making so much sense.
Right, agree completely. Trade off the attackers, liquidate into a position that you know is going to be completely safe for you. So now the most important thing here, you've got to stop queen to e1. That's checkmate, serious threat happening. And you just got to visualize. You don't need to calculate. You can visualize a hiding spot for the king. So for instance, if you put the king on h2, you just have to see, okay, the queen will be on f4. But the king g1, you can again visualize that after queen e1, you have a backup plan in queen f1, but you can also tuck the king on h2.
Yep. Both options are pretty good for white. And thanks to the tactics, actually, in this position, queen f4 is not working because of bishop g7. Because otherwise, if somehow, I just want to put it here, like let's say you play h6, just want to put it here, and then king here, and then here, and then queen here. This is still winning, because I think you clearly have queen f4. But I mean, what I'm trying to say is black can still keep going on and on with some matching trap around the king because of the queen and the rook. But after queen e4 here, Wenjun still doesn't come up with any move yet. But let's make use of this pawn h3 from a few moves ago. So let's just play king g1 and then hide it on h2. Otherwise, what else can you do in this position?
Nothing that I see, because queen e1 is going to be checkmate. So yeah, you could go bishop takes g7, but why would you need to do that?
Yeah, why would you need to do that, right? I mean, and it's not a winning endgame anyway for you anymore, because
exactly.
yeah. So I guess it's almost I think it's almost forced that you just play king g1 back in with the idea to hide it on h2.
Yeah, it's what's worrying me about this game, Irene, is that Tan has forced the play and almost in every move. Like this kind of trade, knight takes f4, she calculated on this king h2, but then she didn't stop to calculate what happens after rook f1. Whereas she could have kept the game alive. She could have posed more questions by being a little bit more flexible. And this was actually something that we saw again with her not playing b6. She played b5. She didn't, she didn't keep the options open in the position. She didn't apply pressure. Then she went f5. She forced the nature of the game. Again, she is forcing Ju to find the best moves. And Ju isn't even making deep calculation here, because we saw when presented with a chance between queen d4 going for an attack or queen e2, this is way back, say move 16. So we bring up that position. Ju, she decided she wanted to play it carefully, no calculation involved. And then there was another moment where she went h3. So this is the moment. She could have gone queen to d4, f5. And then another moment where I sense some hesitation from Ju is move 24. She went h3, but she could have instead played queen to b5. And now I see it's the computer's top choice, but trust me, we weren't using the engine. Queen to b5, some calculation involved there, where she has to work out what's the best reaction after queen to d4. But she decided, no, okay, she was going to play for a safety, very simple style of chess and go h3, which is okay. But Tan could have used that momentum and, just to not force the state of things. And going back to the main position, we see that a small piece of calculation is needed for Ju after queen e4. And king g1, simple chess, get the king to safety. By the way, it's the only move in the position. You have to stop the threat of queen e1, checkmate. So,
Right. But Wenjun has been spending nearly 5 minutes for this move. I mean, if I were white, if I saw that if this was the only move, I would just play it and then think after that. Or maybe she's just being extra careful right now, trying to find if there is still any other possibilities to play.
yeah, I just think that you're getting, the more the match goes on, the more nervous everyone gets, right? The more you start to understand the value of a win. King to g1, and I think emotions are riding high, and she's just making sure that everything is in order before she commits the king to g1. That's good thing to do in general in chess. You don't need to rush. You can just simply take your time and make sure everything is okay. King g1, and Ju, she is on the verge of winning this game and taking the lead in the match. So king h2.
Yep, I think it's almost sure the king will go to h2. Otherwise, this knight will be lost if you play queen f1. So king h2 indeed just happened. And how to continue? Rook coming down. But isn't this a loss immediately? Now, Yovi, don't be lazy. If Ju Wenjun is gonna be lazy, I think she's gonna do something to stop this from happening, or if it's even possible. So I guess, can you come up with this, or is it too ambitious? We have to calculate
Again,
yeah.
definitely. You have to visualize that safety spot for the king and where the checks are going to be. So if you're going to hide the king on g3, then black's check is going to be on e1 with the queen.
And it's actually a
So
bad move. Let's figure
you
out
can
why.
see queen e1 check.
Queen e1 check or queen d3 check. There are two
There's
checks
also-
here.
Yep. Maybe queen d3 is better because it can't be blocked.
Queen
And
e1
then-
also is good enough. It's enough to make a draw. So if king goes here, maybe it's mate. So only move is here and then go forward. Yeah, it's unnecessary risk. So probably rook e1 is also asking the question to Ju Wenjun, like, hey, what are you going to do about this? Rook h1 is coming and you cannot really stop it. The best thing that you can do is to anticipate it, because rook h1 will happen anyway. So probably play king g3 first, or just let it happen, because you always have your queen protecting this. And let's say I'm ignoring it. Let's say I'm just going to play f5. How bad is it to play f5? It is pretty bad, because you're going to lose immediately. How?
Okay,
Let this check maybe. This is bad, yeah? Like you have this check, and then you have this check too. And then if this happens, you have this check. Yeah, it's going to be quite a dance around.
Let's run through that one again, because after a5, the evaluation bar went all the
simple
way.
move, f4.
Oh,
Yeah, just stop the king from escaping to g3, and rook h1 is unavoidable. Okay, so we cannot be careless as to play a move like a5 here. So it has to be precise then, because f4 is coming.
my instinct was to go bishop f2. And hide the king on g3.
Okay, bishop f2. Yeah, I think it's pretty good. The bar still stays where it is. King hides on g3. Let's say I push f4.
Then I can take on f4 because of the back rank issues. No, with the queen. Yeah, well, yeah. Also with the king. But I'm not that brave.
Oh no, the
in
background
principle.
issues is solved because after this queen goes to g8.
Ah, yes, yes, yes. Oh, okay. Yeah. King
Yeah, I
takes
think you
f4.
have to take
Okay.
with the king. And I don't know, let's spin this, I guess. What else can black do in this position? Okay, let's spin this.
Now you can step back with the king.
Queen g6 and then just hide again on h2, yeah?
Yeah, and if queen
No,
f5.
this is hanging. You cannot do that. But, oh, queen g4,
No.
of course. No, only with his queen g4. You cannot allow any king moves after queen g6. Yeah, and then this should be fine. Now the king is surrounded by his pieces, so the king is safer. Because initially in this position, you see the king is kind of alone. So yeah, we need more pieces to surround the king, so to give the king more protection. I like your move, bishop f2. It's very straightforward. It's defending the king, but also at the same time you're attacking the rook.
Okay. And is there any... And what I like about it is like you keep the checking squares e1 and d3 under control. So can we just make sure that's and any other move? So say for instance, if you keep the...
You
So
mean
say
after
here,
bishop f2 or before?
yeah, so now here, I just like how many checking squares do you need to keep under control? Because my feeling is that you need to keep e1 under control for the king, for the white king to hide on g3 and d3. So
And
if you were to make, yeah, if you were to go and take a move like queen to b5,
yeah, then you
that
have...
probably would be a draw because then the...
This is still winning
And that would
too,
even...
but how?
Maybe...
Just give a check here.
Yeah.
Here, and then
queen
e5.
e5.
Ah, yes, queen e5, because if you go here, queen e4 is there. And after here, you just keep pushing. And after here, I think you just keep pushing. And after here, should be winning somehow. Wait, check.
Maybe you can just...
How to win this?
It's not easy with just the queen. Okay, so...
Oh,
What is
this is the idea, right? Let's keep going. So the king hides on h7, but also this pawn is gonna attack the king. So yeah.
Simple chess.
So you cannot make
Pawn
any
takes pawn?
relaxed move like queen b5. Sorry?
And after pawn takes pawn, after g takes f3?
Pawn takes pawn. Should be winning. How? Oh. Okay. Maybe this and then this.
Yeah. You also have queen g6.
Oh yeah, queen g6 is also there. King goes up. Oh, but this is simple. This is simple. If you go here, it's a check. If you go here, it's a check here. And take this one as with a check again.
Beautiful.
Yeah, so we cannot make any relaxed move like queen b5 or f5. It has to be something that is protecting the king right away. You cannot spend one tempo to do anything else, but yes, try to save the king. Bishop f2, I really like it.
Okay, so let's run through that one again, because the whole purpose was just to make sure when the king came to g3, all the checking squares were covered. So it's important after f4 that you do not capture with the pawn. Sorry, you do not capture with the queen because of queen takes knight, and the queen will be covering any back ranks on g8. So you can take it with the king. This is advisable because, again, the checking squares are all covered.
Right.
So because if you sidestepped, then the black queen can get into the checking zone. So Ju Wenjun, she still has to accurately calculate this one. And how to follow through with this one. And then we were looking at rook f1. Oh,
She's
Ju
gonna
Wenjun
make it.
is reaching.
What did she do?
play?
Queen.
Oh, Queen
Wait.
d5.
It's still winning.
Okay,
I got
okay.
scared. In 1 second, I got scared. Like if she somehow blundered. But it's fine. Although, so she's making this defensive idea to Queen f3. Let's say rook h1, King g3. Okay, we'll see Queen e1, but I think this is what she's trying to do. Like if Queen d3, then you stop this everything. Queen f3, and then you're also attacking a8 at the same time. So if King g3 happens, let's take a look another idea with Queen e1. But here you can just simply move back to f2, and whenever this happens, you can always cover it up like this, I guess. And it should be still winning, although
You're fighting though. You can go queen takes queen, and that you can still fight on in the endgame.
right. So you have to be brave with the king. Then after this check, you have to come up to f4 or to h4. Maybe
If
to
you go
h4.
h4, the queen
Going to
steps
f6. Yeah. So if you go to f4, yeah, maybe f4, because the next move is also you have this queen a8 on the board. Okay, this is a bit risky, because I thought bishop f2 was a bit clearer. But let's also take a look the other move. Is there any other move? And here in this position, black doesn't have a tempo to play f4 because queen a8 is the main threat. Aha. So your move, Yovi, when you play bishop f2, it's also very good, because this is what we learned, right? Since we start playing chess, the best defense is to give counter attack. And this is one of the best defense, because you are protecting your king, but also at the same time you're attacking the rook. And Ju Wenjun did something else. Queen d5, indirectly protecting the king, but also attacking a8, and it's a checkmate. So here, what do you think Tan Zhongyi will do?
Well, she's more or less forced. She's gone all in on checking the king. Anything else, quite frankly, Irene is going to lose. She can't sound the defensive with rook to e8, because now will queen f7 be coming. So you just have to close your eyes, hope for the best, rook h1, and see what happens next. So I think we really are going to have to see. And then here, the best is to go bishop queen e1 check on the diagonal, because at least because if you go queen d3, that's an elementary defense from Ju. She's just going to block it, and the bishop remains anchored on d4.
That's true. Yeah, so it has to be queen e1. Although I was thinking maybe it's not making any sense just to give up this pawn. I don't know whether it's any good, but maybe you can create something. But she played something else. It's h6.
She played h6. h6.
Okay, so, but at least for now, white is fine, right? Because any checks that we look, the king will always have any of the pieces to block the check with. So can I make some careless move like a5 just to show whether it is no, I cannot.
No, don't do it. You've fallen for it once, and we're going to do it again. If you go a5, f4.
Of course, because now the king can go to h7. No, I forgot. Yeah. Now queen a8 is no longer a big threat. It's just a check, because the king can go to h7. Okay, so now the problem's still persisting then.
Yeah, f4, cage the king, threaten rook h1, checkmate. That's Tan's plan. So, okay. Maybe she also has ideas with h6. No, I was going to say with g5, but she cannot do that. Okay. What can... so Ju will be looking at ways to just bank it, you know, just to
What
clarify the
about
position as quickly as possible.
it's time to move the knight now? Looks like it's fine. Like if knight d2, rook check, king g3. If you play queen e1, bishop f2 comes handy because the knight is protected by the queen. Oops.
She's done that.
She done that, yeah. Okay. And then if you give a check here, now it is time for the knight to protect the king. So
And remember, a knight is
yes.
a king's best friend, Irene.
Aha. Because whenever the king is almost get checkmated, the king can just hop on the knight or the horse and then run away.
Yeah, it's amazing how many times you can position a knight right next to the king, and it becomes very difficult to give a check. It's like the knight has a fantastic circle of influence. And there we see the arbiter. They're getting in our
And
way.
if you remember as well, this has been my dream too, to move the knight, because it's been a while since I said that I don't like the knight being on b3, but I was not sure whether it was the right time to move the knight yet, and this is definitely the right time because the knight doesn't do anything there, and it actually became a liability in white's position having the knight on b3 because in some of the lines, the queen cannot really move from d5 because the knight can be captured. But now, if the knight can safely nest it on f3, then it's GG, Yovi.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, completely agree. Okay, what about now? The knight attacks the queen. Again, you don't have the time to do anything radical. What about queen to b8 is going to be met by queen to d6. Everything comes with tempo. Queen d6 will be threatening queen takes h6, so that's out of the equation.
Yeah, soon knight f3 comes, and that's all. What else? Knight d2. Yeah, we saw that this check is not really good. Giving this check, bishop f2. And where does the queen go now? This is also hanging. If queen e2, let's say, I just would
She
like to
can throw a
trade everything.
disruptive check.
Just not f3, just like what we discussed. Oh,
Yeah.
wait. Oh, there's f4. Hang on. We have to be careful about it. So don't do something like that. Can we just grab something along the way? This is hanging. But there's still f4.
f4 still.
So queen d4. Queen d4 is one move. Rook h1,
Okay,
by the way,
well,
has been played. I think it's almost force for Tan to start doing these checks. King g3. All right, so this position, queen e1, all right, and bishop e2, I guess. That's what we're going to see. I think we're going to see this line that we analyzed, Yovi, bishop f2 and queen e2. And still hoping for another trick with f5, f4. Yes, bishop f2 is on the board right now.
And we're going to see queen e2, which carries with it the threat of f4 check. Again, posing problems to white. Because it's also going to be backed up, Irene, if you go queen e2 with rook to d1.
That's right. That's absolutely right. Yeah, I don't see any square for the queen that keeps the attack alive other than the square of e2. So I think we're almost sure that we're going to see this. Or maybe what Tan is thinking is to push f4 immediately, which in this case the king has to go to f3, and maybe she's thinking to give another check on d1. I think the king has to take this or somewhere else. Or king e4 doesn't make sense because queen e2, yeah, I think it has to be taken.
And then if you try to pin the bishop with rook f1,
yeah, rook f1,
then you have queen a8 check. And then knight takes
Aha.
rook.
Queen a8 and then queen e4. You're unpin yourself in such a manner. And then king goes back down. And then now it's just a matter of how to protect this. Queen e3 is there, I think. And then soon king g3 too.
You
Yeah.
can take the rook as well. Knight takes rook.
I'm being spoiled. I'm being spoiled by the e-file bar. It doesn't go down, and so I thought my move was correct. But yes, of course, just take the rook. It's
Yeah. And,
easier.
and if you take the pawn on a4, then this can simply be blocked. So instead of rook f1, which was just losing,
and then just
black,
this there. Mm-hmm.
yeah, you can basically do whatever you like. The king is perfectly safe. So queen e2, the trickiest move. I like that one. You know, not showing the cards immediately, but threatening f4. And again, asking questions because rook to d1 is in the air. How does one successfully cover everything?
Yeah. So there's f4 here. What to do here in this position?
Maybe queen to d4.
But we see this, right? If queen d4, rook d1.
Yeah, and then bishop to e3.
Ah, okay. And if I give a check?
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm going to have to go gung-ho with the king and go king f4.
f3. Surprisingly, the king
f3.
cannot be checked after king f3. The knight is just too strong.
And a queen ending after rook takes... No, there's no queen ending. There's nothing. For some reason, I had in mind that the knight was only defended by the bishop, but nope, it's defended by the queen as well. Okay, so that's...
No, it could be actually.
really
It could be queen endgame, but it's queen versus pawn in the end. Not queen versus queen. Yeah. So, okay, Tan is still thinking after bishop f2. Yeah, we like this move queen e2, keeping everything, still there's some trick with f2, f4, sorry, f5, f4 that white still has to be careful of.
Yeah. It's difficult to kind of come up with a move because it is lost for Tan. You just have to be as tricky as possible. Well,
That's true.
I'm just checking the computer. Queen to d1 is its top choice.
Okay. And then what's next?
So say you make a random move. Let's have a look at like what happens after a5. What is the idea? Queen h5 is the idea.
It's very inhuman to play this type of move, queen h5.
But it's still completely winning for white after queen takes 7.
Just gotta be careful about this f4 again, because now it is not the bishop, it is the queen who will be end-free. So what were you saying? Queen takes d7?
Yeah.
So this check doesn't mean anything, yeah? It's just one check, and after that, nothing.
So yeah, you can check on g6. King f4 is the answer
King
to
f4, not f3?
Let's have a look. King f3. Yeah, that's absolutely fine as well. A lot more normal, right? So after queen h5, you guess what?
I guess after king f3, maybe it's rook h2, but okay, after rook h2, just g3 maybe, or even bishop g3, maybe g3.
Well, the question is, Irene, if you go queen h5 check, how do you escape? And the computer is just mechanical.
Then you have to go back here again, and then eventually you'll play king f4. I see.
Yeah, you go at king f4, and it says just go, run. You're safe. Okay, this is something that I can see is difficult to calculate. If I got to this position, I would stop and go, ooh, I don't want to be going into this.
Then what
after
happened
queen.
after queen takes here, let's say?
Okay, well, Irene, we have queen e2.
We have a queen e2 on the board, yes. Okay, so it's move 36 right now. 4 more moves for both players to gain another 30 minutes on the clock. Queen d4 was moved very quickly by Ju Wenjun there.
Okay. Yeah, move 37, queen d4, very nice idea with the whole concept of going bishop to e3 and just simply just stabilizing every single piece on the dark squares. If Ju Wenjun can secure the safety of her king, she will have an easily won position. As it stands, there's still a little bit of danger that she has to navigate her way through. So queen d4. So we were looking at rook to d1. That's easily met by bishop e3. There's also this interesting idea of queen h5, trying to check from the side.
Right. Queen h5, and then you try to go queen g5. And then if you play king f3, then another queen h5, yeah? So that's, that's actually pretty tricky. 12 minutes versus 14 minutes, okay. I think this is quite a rare occasion when Wenjun is not really in time trouble.
Yeah, and it's good for her that she's not in time trouble, because this position would be very difficult if you just had seconds on the clock and you were having to make these split-second decisions. Because Tan, with the last series of moves, she has been forcing Ju to find the most precise responses. With this whole sequence of bishop takes f4, trading off into a rook against 2 minor pieces.
Yep. Oh, rook d1 is on the board. Bishop e3 was quickly played by Wenjun as well. Okay. And now, finally, I guess, after you establish this position, White can somehow play all these moves, like not taking, but a5, or even hiding back to h2, or even, what else can it be?
Mm-hmm. But the problem also for Tan is that should black go rook to e1, attacking the bishop, the bishop actually has an unexpected square on h6 on account of the queen standing on d4.
That's right, yeah. So this is totally Ju Wenjun style. She's defending, but also at the same time she's threatening something along the way. And bishop h6 is not an easy threat, because after bishop h6, you're literally almost get checkmated on g7. So here, what do you think Tan will do? King h7, just trying to step out from the pin?
Yeah. When all the forcing moves lose, bishop h6 is in the air, you just have to take a timeout and hope. Tan's position is just lost.
Yes,
King h7.
she did it. King h7 is on the board. Okay, so how to come up with the most accurate plan in this position? Because of course, I notice you can pretty much do anything here and still having the advantage. The default bar will still like your position, but you should come up with a plan. I mean, King h7 is just waiting. You cannot also keep waiting.
Mm-hmm. And the thing is, though, Irene, is that we've established from our early analysis that should the black queen give a check on e1, the white king is perfectly safe, cannot be checked on f3. So therefore, she has some spare moves. As long as she keeps the queen in connection with the bishop, she can play whatever she wants to play. So she can play queen to f4, say, for instance, threatening the pawn on f5.
I like that
and
move.
She's safe with the king. And the whole concept in this, again, you just have to find that hiding space anticipate the checks, and you're good to go.
Right, yes. It has the same characteristics as many moves that Ju Wenjun has played in this game, that you're defending, you're protecting your king somehow, but also at the same time you're threatening something. So this is the same characteristic as the other move before. So yeah, I like this. Queen f4, your king is safe, you're attacking f5, everything else is also protected. Literally everything is protected here. Even the king, even the king is protected by the queen. So right, queen f4, I like it. One thing that I notice is, like, if you make such a lazy move, for example, like a5, some random move like this, it's still winning. But just one idea that white has to be aware is something like g5. It's annoying, because you have to calculate things, because now there's f4 coming, and you just have to calculate. Of course, it's still winning, but you just have to be more precise. Whereas your move, Yovi, after queen f4 here, g5 is no longer an issue because you can take f5 with a check, and everything else is protected. So it's a very good move.
Right. And one of the benefits of going queen to f4 is that you move the queen away from the pin against the rook. So next move can be knight to f3, again, covering the king, making sure everything is absolutely secure. If the black king steps to the wrong square, say for instance, king to g8, there could be queen c4.
Sorry, I'm just a bit cruel to Tan putting the king on g6, just to demonstrate this idea. Like if the knight f3, and then you go here, and then there is knight e5 even, or knight h4 is also there. Basically just having the knight on f3 makes your position around the king safer. The tactics along the way is just a bonus. So yep, queen f4. You have my vote here.
And Ju Wenjun on the verge of winning the game and taking the lead. Now, if you were the second, I know you've been a second and a coach. If you were the second of Tan, what would you say to her?
I will not be hard on her. I mean, of course, she tried her best. It's a bad day. It's just a bad day for her. Like literally, she's more than capable of playing above this level, but this is just totally her bad day. And I'm sure tomorrow she's playing with white pieces, and she was already in a winning position in the game 4 before. So I'm predicting that she's gonna come back strong and try to even up the score, because then the next game after tomorrow is going to be in her hometown. So naturally, she would like to have an equal chances in the match when the match is starting in Chongqing.
Yeah, it's I agree. I think it's the best thing to kind of be very logical about it and say just a bad day. And would you kind of continue tomorrow? She'll have the white pieces. Would you continue with the strategy of playing c4? It's been very successful. She should have won game 4, as we saw. Would you stick with that, or would you try and change things up before the match heads over?
For that one, we have to be a bit more technical, because I don't know what type of first move c4 opening that she analyzed with her coach. I mean, if I know the repertoire, then I would suggest something, like whether to keep playing c4 or anything else, because it's different. You are in the inferior situation. You're in the if you lost this one, assuming that Tan is losing, of course, because the game is still going on, then you have to come up with a line that is testing your opponent too. So I don't know. Maybe she will play her usual d4, maybe also knight f3, but I don't think she's gonna play e4, because e4 is a little bit unnatural for Tan Zhongyi. This is something that she plays from time to time. That's true, but she's not very much familiar with e4 compared to other openings that starting with c4 or d4 or knight f3?
Well, we will see what Tan is made of. If she loses this, she will have to fight for that comeback in game 6, the final game in Shanghai. But for Ju Wenjun, she just has a very comfortable position here. She's winning. She just has to stabilize the nature of the king. We've seen that white can just move the queen to f4. We've also seen that as long as she takes care and just is mindful of what black is planning, maybe there's some rook e1 on the horizon or some g5 ideas. As long as she has a response to that, then her position is pretty much won. And she has all the time in the world. They're on move 38, and she has 6 minutes and now 56 seconds, and she's played a5. Oh, she says, hang on a second, her position is under full control, and it's okay to advance the a pawn. So we saw that g5 isn't winning. It's tricky, but probably can be met with moves such as queen takes d7 check. Wow.
Yeah, with g5, there is many fail-safe plans here. I keep borrowing this term from you, Joey, because you have this check, and then in the worst scenario, you always have all these checks, and this will bring them to the next time control. With 30 minutes left on the clock, Ju Wenjun will try to figure everything out and find the winning line. So yeah, let's take a look this one actually. What is the most accurate way to play? So if we give a check either on this side or the other side, that's true. You just keep capturing all the pawn, because now if king goes to g7, you have this discovery. So playing g5, although it's looking scary, but it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything.
The black king can't hide itself. I just wanted to point out one thing.
Yep.
The black king can't hide itself on h5, because that would be the dream of black.
Yeah.
But because of, unfortunately, queen to e8, and that would be checkmate.
Or f7. Yeah.
F7. As long as you check on the diagonal, it's fine. But but okay, instead of g5, so that's out of the equation for Tan. But another tricky move is to go rook to e1.
Rook
so
e1.
the whole concept is after bishop f2, you simply go rook to d1, and you just keep maintaining the connection with either the bishop or the knight, and we hope for a repetition.
Okay, but after this, I think there's knight c4. Now, finally, the knight is coming back to play, although, of course, I'm hoping the knight can go to f3. But yeah, the knight is now protecting this, and you can focus on advancing your pawn. Okay, but let's be more a bit accurate here. What is the best move to play? If we... Hang on.
Well, there's no check, Irene. So if you were to go bishop f4, just say, let's put that on the board. You can't go g5 for the reasons, or can you go g5?
You actually can, but you just have to calculate everything. It looks scary for both sides, but it's scary for white because white was enjoying a comfortable position, but now white has to be accurate not to lose this position somehow.
But the white king can hide itself on h2, and
That's
there will be
true.
no check. So you do have a few moves.
So just move away the bishop then, like this, maybe?
Yeah. And so now f4. Let's throw that in. And say, for instance, queen f2.
Okay.
Threatening queen g3.
There's queen d3 check to stop this.
This is...
but also queen g1 is a... Oh yeah, how to stop both? Oh, it's a... Wait, can you... I I thought we can somehow trade the queens, but king goes to f7. Like after queen d3 here, I think you have to go here, so the queens are not traded.
Then maybe you can. But this is complicated.
It
You
is.
have to, and remember, you have to visualize this as well in your mind, because yeah, if white gets here and there's no way to make those trades, then you have to go queen, because there's no way to stop queen d1. Oh no, you can go.
I think you have to give it check again and position your queen in the right spot, but where it is.
Okay, you could, because if you could go knight f3 and cover, and at the same time position your queen so that it covers g3, then
oh no, Yovi, we can somehow create some matting net around the king by giving the checks and then just capturing the pawns. Like check here. If you go here, just capture this pawn. Eventually, because this bishop is actually a very good attacker as well. So where do you move the king? If king goes here, you bring this bishop in. And if you go here, then check on the back rank first, because then you have another check over here. I think I can't even give it check. No, I have to give it here, I guess.
Yeah.
Because here and here you have this queen d8 at least. So, but you have to calculate. It's so much calculation in this line. Still winning, but the question is whether Ju Wenjun visualizes all of this line or not beforehand, before she's taking a risk of playing this line. So what was it again? That after a5, your line was to play rook e1, right?
e1, because g5 didn't work.
So just play knight c4 then. What about, okay, we have a move and it is rook e1.
Yeah, it is. We are going to get those answers to this. So rook e1, just testing white, asking, how are you going to defend the bishop? The plan is very simple. So the plan is just simply, if the bishop retreats to f2, you just go rook to d1 and you maintain connection with either the bishop or the rook. That's black's idea, praying for repetition. So we've looked at bishop to f4. It's still winning, but things get very complicated after g5. So let's have a look at, instead of entering into those complications, knight to c4, and now rook to d1. Let's ask the same.
Oh, if rook d1 now, there is no more checks, right? Or is there? I can play some move like queen f4 attacking this. Yeah. And if you give a check, then I can step back like this. If you give another check or even check like this, then just hide. Everything is protected and f5 is under attack. So yeah, I think that c4 is simpler, although you can see like when I move it, the evaluation is decreasing a little bit for Ju Wenjun. The advantage is decreasing, but it's still, it's still a huge advantage.
Yeah, it's still winning. I mean, the thing is, Ju Wenjun, she had like two pieces for the rook. 2 pieces worth 6, a rook is worth 5, and she had 2 pawns, so she can give back some of that extra material. But move 39, rook e1, and Ju Wenjun, she's looking at what to make for the 40th move. Bishop f4, knight c4. Is there any other move that she could try?
Or, to be tricky, since we're entering move 39 actually, you can play this bishop after bishop e3 first, just to make sure that you gain another 30 minutes on the clock, and then you calculate.
Then you take the decision. That's good practical advice. It's one that's often employed and advised when you're in time trouble. Just repeat the position and get to move 40, get that bonus time, and then settle in for that long think. So we might see a repetition just to get to the time control, or we might see Ju Wenjun play knight to c4 or bishop to f4. So just checking the engine, knight c4 is white's best. It's white's best, most clearest way to the victory.
Okay, yeah, that's understandable, right? Because we are trying to deduct all the possibilities by process of elimination. And yeah, it looks like after knight c4, white is keeping the stable advantage. So yeah, but I'm still curious whether Ju Wenjun will decide to just repeat bishop after bishop e3, and she will eventually play knight c4 or play knight c4 immediately.
Yeah. Part of me hopes that she takes a decision right now, because otherwise she'll settle into a longer think, and then we will be still kept waiting. Whereas if she takes the decision now, knight c4, make sure it's all good, then we could then start analyzing the position. Knight c4, but bishop f4 would be an inaccuracy, by the way.
Oh,
Just
I
because
see.
of this yeah. It's still winning for white, but as we saw, it's just infinitely more complicated.
Okay, so Ju Wenjun only has one move left to be made. She still has enough time. I'm sure she's ready to play her move, but she's just double checking everything. So she's gesturing that she's gonna make a move now. Okay, let's quick poll. Oh, okay, bishop f2 is played according to prediction, and rook d1 is immediately played. Okay, now they're entering move 40. And yeah, they will have a longer thing right now, but of course, in this position, is bishop e3 the only move here, Yuvi?
Yes, you gotta defend the knight. And also bear in mind that if you try to do any funny things, that black has the potential of going f5, f4. So the queen is needed there on d4, just to keep an eye over the f4 square, keep an eye over the knight. So I'm expecting bishop e3, rook e1, and then a long think. So whilst Ju Wenjun is considering this position, we are going to go on a quick break and yeah, enjoy, because when we come back, we are going to be looking at this position and seeing exactly what unfolds.
Over the past 40 years, China shaped the modern chess landscape, producing some of the game's best players. One of them is Ju Wenjun, the current women's world champion. Since 1991, 6 of the 11 women's world chess champions have come from China, holding the title for a combined 25 years. No matter what happens in this match, the title will stay in China. This is the second straight Women's World Championship and third in the last 7 years that will feature 2 Chinese players. Ju has been the champion since 2018 when she won the title from Tan Zhongyi. Her most recent title defense came against another Chinese player, Lei Tingjie, in 2023. Now, Tan Zhongyi is back, determined to reclaim her title. With top players like Ding Liren, Wei Yi, and Yu Yangyi, China continues to make its mark at every level. The 2025 Women's World Championship is just the latest showcase of how dominant China has been in chess.
The London system haters better start looking for a place to hide after this video. Eyes wide open, this is pure fire, folks. And Grandmaster Pepe Cuenca, and this masterpiece of a game was played between Tan Zhongyi and Bai Shali at the Candidates Tournament. The battle starts off with a bank, a London Jubaba system. A6 is necessary before knight c6, just to stop knight b5. Hey, don't hang all your pieces, my friend, I'm watching you. After the exchange of light square bishops, we land in a pretty solid position, the only imbalance the pawn structure. After a3, white begins a beautiful knight reroute, heading for d3, a dream square. It controls the b4 break, it controls e5, and even sets up a little knight detour to f4 to start knocking on the black's king's door. Trick or treat, baby. Then comes a4, and black locks down the queen side, so now white basically has a free license to party on the king side. Phase 1, kick the intruder out of our house with f3, no trespassing allowed. Phase 2, launch the knight into attack. This is Sparta! We avoid piece trades, because let's be honest, that's boring, and the queen gets in on the action too. After knight h5, the first real threat hits, queen to g5. Now g5 is a great move, open up some lines, bring the pain. Black tries to close it all up, but positionally speaking, this is a total train wreck. After knight f4, if black plays something slow like knight c7, white goes knight g6, and then knight f6, and boom, made with tomato, avocado, and a little spicy mayo. Bai Shali, desperate, throws in e5, but knight f6 is a knockout punch. Black resigned here, since after king g7, knight takes e7 comes, followed by gf6, winning some material. And that's all she wrote. Lights out!
And we are back with Game 5 of FIDE Women's World Championship. We just passed the time control and it's decision time for Ju Wenjun. She has a winning position, but only two options in this particular position. And one of them is easily winning, the other one, not so much. Work and calculation do need to be done. So it is decision time. Ju Wenjun just thinking about what to play. Now, one of the things, though, that we have seen from Ju Wenjun is that she has been incredibly calm, composed in moments like this. Do you see that mask slipping? Do you think that we will see Ju play bishop to f4, which is inaccurate, still winning, but not the most precise on account of g5? Or will she go for the simple knight to c4, keep everything under control?
Yeah, I think there's no reason to go into a risky line like bishop f4 when you see such a move like knight c4 and it's going to seal the deal, unless she sees some ghosts. But what could be the ghost in this position after knight c4?
Okay, let's have a look. Knight c4. So we got to this position, and you have to do something, right?
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, you can't target g2 because the g1 square is covered. So I thought rook to d1, just rook to d1, rook to a1, one of those moves. Maybe rook a1. Let's be like that.
Rook to a1.
Rook to a1. Yeah, let's kind of be tricky. So there's a threat of rook a4.
Okay. Let me try to get this pawn, maybe. How can I do that? Oh, maybe this move. Queen f4.
And then queen to e1 check.
And bishop f2.
Queen takes pawn.
Queen takes pawn, and maybe
Knight to... No, knight takes...
if
I was
knight
thinking knight
e3,
e3.
queen c5, right?
Yeah, and things still... Okay, so now if you drop the king back to h2...
Mm-hmm. And now this is a threat.
So queen d3, queen c2, queen d3.
Yeah.
Let's go there. Keep it
I
central.
have this knight coming to d6, or even what else can I do?
I like your knight to d6 move.
Yeah. Okay. I just don't like giving up this pawn.
Yeah.
I just don't like giving up that pawn. Maybe I can play something better here, like attacking this and then making a battery toward g7. Yeah, actually, why don't I do that? Yeah, let's do this.
Do it.
Let's play bishop d4. Yeah.
Because queen takes knight is impossible because of queen e5. Let's show that.
Yep. Yeah, making this pawn as just as a decoy, and you don't really have to do something about it. Yeah, so this could be one. What else can we do after knight c4, UV?
To be fair, black's choices are limited. And again, we have the same issue that g5, because the E line is blocked, is always going to be met by queen takes d7 check, king g6, and then queen e6.
Then just something like this. And once the queens are traded off, yeah, white is just going to win the game. So, yeah.
We have a move.
We do?
Knight c4.
Knight c4 it is. Okay.
Okay. And now decision time for Tan. How can she be the most problematic? So, okay, rook d1, rook a1. I'm at a loss.
Yeah, rook d1, it's, I think, almost very sure that queen goes to f4 is a given. Like, you're attacking f5 and it is with a check. Yeah, what else can you hope more? So, or maybe rook f1 now.
And then how to...
And then bishop f2. No.
Yeah, bishop.
No, bishop f2, rook takes f2, queen takes f2, queen takes c4. Although I'm sure it's still winning. This queen's endgame, finally, Yovi, queen's endgame. You're predicting this before?
Yeah, this one is quite easily winning because the king has a safe hiding place, and then all you need to do is start escorting the a pawn to its promotion square. So you can just once the black king moves, you just simply go queen to e5. You make sure that the king is safe on h2, and then you just plan for going an adventure, a6, a7.
Right. Yeah, so that is also another way. What else can we get out of this position after knight c4?
So how did we get to that queen endgame? So that was rook d1, queen f4.
And then rook f1. And then bishop f2.
Okay. And
then rook takes f2, queen takes f2, queen takes c4. Like this. But if that wasn't the case, then what else? Now f5 is under attack. Stepping back with the king like this, so that when you take this, knight is hanging. But now you just move the knight. Just move the knight, maybe knight here, maybe. I mean, yeah. giving additional pressure to the king because now the knight is suddenly attacking.
And if you give a check on e1 at some point, either this move or the next one, yeah.
Oh, this one I think you can just go here. At the very least, you have knight f3 back after queen takes c3. Maybe we can actually start thinking about king h2 as well. But yeah, this is comfortable choices.
Queen takes a5, just trying to...
Very brave POV. Let's keep taking this.
But there's nothing to do. It is lost. I'm just trying to at least die with a full stomach. But I can see that that's not going to be very successful. The black king has got no cover. White king is in no danger. So yeah, just really two moves for Tan to try. Rook d1, rook a1. Almost feels like it's a roll of the dice situation because both of them lose. Both of them have relatively straightforward answers. And yeah, Tan knows it.
And we have a move. Rook a1 is on the board.
Mm-hmm. At least now there's a threat. Rook a4.
Yes, there is a threat now. Rook a4. So what we calculated was queen f4, right? F5 is always the target of attack. Yeah, remember F5 from many moves ago, and it still is now the culprit of black's position. So it is how fatal the mistake that Tan Zhongyi did earlier on in the game. Apart from queen f4, is there any move that we can suggest here? What about knight d6?
Let's go for it. Let's put it on the board. Because I was also thinking that. Knight d6. Well, maybe now there's some funny business with rook d1.
Rook d1, but okay, the knight is protected. Yeah, eventually the queen has to go to f4, I feel. So yeah, might as well just play it instantly.
Yeah.
Like this, and then maybe you go here, but when the rook is here, maybe...
This is a little bit tricky because you put your queen on e5, then suddenly queen e1 is going to be a problem.
So probably in this position, bishop f2 is only move. And after check, just queen here. Now f4 is yours. I mean, f5 is yours. It doesn't matter what black does in this position. It's going to be yours.
Yeah, and unfortunately, once the queens are off, that endgame is not going to give any joy to black because the two pieces, they work well to attack the weaknesses that black has on d7. Black has down material, so yeah. But
so the line that we saw was after queen f4. Let's try this rook f1. Then it's almost the same, yeah? Like we can play bishop f2 like when it was on d1. If you remember the other line.
Yeah.
Like we can totally play this, and whenever there's a check, you can play this, you can play knight e3. I think knight e3 is just simple because it's attacking f1 and f5.
Yeah. And say, for instance, after queen f4, black goes rook a4.
Yep. And we saw this
try
check.
and destabilize.
And where does this king go? King here?
Yeah. Well, maybe h8.
h8, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, now it's double attack, right?
D4. Bishop
Sorry?
d4 wins.
Bishop
d4 unfortunately will win.
Yeah, let's just show it here, check here, and then checkmate on g7. So that's why king g8 maybe it's a little bit more correct. But now Let me think. So if we play queen d5, king h8, oh, found it. This rook is kind of hanging, so we can temporarily sacrifice this knight. So give a check. Where does the king go? This h7, h8. Where do you think it goes? Let's just put it on h8, and then we can go here, because after queen takes, we just go here. The queen is going to be overloaded with this task and this task.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
if there's a check, just hide, and still this attack still existing. I don't think it matters where the king goes. You can always get the same attack, like in this position, queen d5, king h7, and then bishop d4 still. And if you take this with the rook, we just have to find a way where this queen cannot. Oh, the same actually. I think we
But
can
still
go
the same issue,
here,
right?
Yeah, I think we can also go here or take it immediately, like that.
And the same problems that the king.
Yeah, same problem.
Defended, and the rook is loose.
Probably the only defense is this, but then you're just hoping this pawn to promote, and here, and then queen goes back. Everything is protected, but okay, you have this pawn as a decoy. And even though you're exchanged down, but this is a very clear position to win the game.
Yeah, you are definitely going to promote either the c pawn or the a pawn. By the way, Ju Wenjun, she played knight d6.
Knight d6, okay. This is the current position.
So no complications. So none of this after queen f4, rook a4 business. No need to calculate this. Knight to d6 with the idea that you can back this up after rook to d1 with queen to f4, attacking the pawn on f5. And yeah, queen e1 check is simply going to be met by bishop to f2. Rook e1 is going to be met with knight takes f5.
Yeah.
Threatening queen takes g7. Uh-oh.
Also, there is rook a2 attacking this. And I think only move is to play bishop f2 just by process of elimination. Just to block this attack on g2.
And then rook d2.
And then rook d2, and maybe now queen f4.
Just don't put your queen on e3. Do anything except queen e3.
Oh, okay.
Queen.
This is what you were trying to get, I see. Yeah.
Yes.
Anything but queen e3, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Queen f4. And then this one is going to be lost. And after this, okay, I'm so tempted to take this, but it's,
a6.
a6, yes. We have this little pawn. Yeah, we have this little pawn to get. Yeah. Okay, so knight d6. This is one of the two lines that we analyze here, knight d6 or queen f4. So Wenjun chose this knight d6. What else then? We saw rook a2, we saw rook d1. Yeah. And then if you simply take the pawn, let's say on f5, then this one is lost immediately.
Yeah.
It's tough position for Tan Zhongyi.
Yeah. And okay, looking over, seeing the engine's verdict, okay, it's completely lost, but rook a2 at least gives a fight out of it.
Mm-hmm.
But the engine is the engine, and it says that, well, you get this, bishop f2 isn't the best move after rook a2.
Oh, there is another move after rook a2?
Knight takes, but there's the engine. Any
Oh my
human would be
gosh.
playing bishop f2, right? So
So
no
knight
need for
takes f5.
speculation.
Okay.
Yeah, knight takes f5, queen takes g2, king
King
f4,
h4. Oh, f.
king f4.
Oh, all right, of course. There is g5.
Yeah.
So that the king
We
can go
have
to e. Yeah.
Yeah, and then there's like queen h2, king e4, and the king runs, and then the computer sees a safe haven for the king. But what human plays that unless they stumble into it? So everyone and their grandmother would be playing bishop to f2. Like, why
Yeah.
would you go in for these kind of complications? And after
Yeah.
knight d6, rook a2, bishop f2, keep it safe.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. Now it's a question where Tan Zhongyi will move the rook, because I think it's almost definitely the rook will be moving in this point.
Well, she's trying. She doesn't have too many options. Rook d1, rook a2, queen e1. Ultimately, this is a lost position for her. Which one is the trickiest, would you say? I think rook a2 at least threatens.
Yeah, I think rook a2 is the trickiest here. Definitely. And after bishop f2. All right.
Maybe some g5.
Let's do it. But what does it do if I just take on
It doesn't do
f5?
anything. Nothing.
Yeah.
That's resign time.
Yeah, I feel finding good moves for black in this position is just it's too much. Yeah, white has quite good options, and then too little pieces on the board to keep the attack alive. It's just queen and rook, and then white has more pieces.
Yeah, it's like the problem with a rook against two pieces, that ultimately it's 2 against 1. And the bishop and knight are coordinating extremely well on the dark squares just to provide cover for the white king. And again, I want to point out that the queen on d4 is nicely anchored by the pawn on c3. That pawn on c3 is doing a beautiful job of preventing moves such as rook a3. It's just this incredible harmony.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yep. I'm just wondering, how long does it take to transfer from Shanghai to Chongqing? Have you checked this,
I don't
Sylvie?
think it's that long. Yeah, I think it's about, okay, don't quote me on this, which means I don't really know, but I think it's anything between like 1.5 to 3 hours. Maybe we can actually get someone who knows. But it's not a long transfer. The two cities are almost like twin cities.
Right.
Maybe
So
someone
if
can
you
go on Google
fly,
Maps. Mm-hmm.
if you fly, it's less than 3 hours. It's like 2 hour and 50 minutes, 55 minutes, something like that. So it's less than 3 hours. I haven't checked with the train though. Yeah, with the high-speed train, it's about 11 to 13 hours.
Why did I think they were close?
It is actually that far. Okay, the distance between these cities is 1,000 and about 1,700 kilometers.
Wow. I really showed my ignorance there, because I honestly thought it wasn't. They were like two cities close to each other, but look, that 12 hours by bullet train, 3 hours, less than 3 hours by flight. So it is a substantial change. Is there please don't tell me they're in the same time zone, right? I haven't.
Oh yeah, are they in the same time zone? It's our producer's task to find out. Let's get him into work. Right.
But
So
this is actually something that both the players, they're used to. In the 2018 match that they played, it was split between Shanghai, Chongqing, same scenario. For Ju Wenjun, she had Shanghai, Vladivostok,
yeah.
Shanghai, Chongqing, again with Leiting J. Okay. Oh, apparently China only has one time zone. Uh-huh. I
Oh,
was
okay. That
confused because in
reminds me.
America you have lots. Yeah.
That reminds me of Kazakhstan then, because recently Kazakhstan also introduced this one time zone for the whole country. Because before it was divided into, I think, 2 or 3 time zones. And by the way, Rook A2, we have seen it on the board. It's just played. Now, the question is Bishop F2 or Knight takes F5, the engine move.
I I would bet anything, Irene, that bishop to f2.
Yep.
Yeah, of
Yep.
course. No human is going to touch the f5 pawn. Okay. And then the question is passed back to Tan. How is she going to follow through? Rook to d2, we saw queen f4. Knight takes f5, still very much in the equation.
If I move back my queen to e6, I know it doesn't attack anything, but just I want to put it there. How will white continue?
Is it time to go queen d3? No, queen d3 allows queen e5. Consequences. Queen f4. What about queen f4 again?
Queen f4 again, yeah? Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then if you go g6, we will just pretend like nothing happened.
And then you can play bishop e3 maybe, attacking this little pawn. Just grab all the pawns. She's moved it. Queen e6.
Yeah. Okay, maybe you have to go into that line, after queen f4, g6, bishop e3, rook takes a5. Try to get...
But it's almost mated, no? Like after it takes this and then bishop d4. You only have one check here, but the king hides.
Yep. Yep. It's over.
Yeah, queen f4. You cannot afford of trading the queens like this, and Ju Wenjun has played it. Queen f4 is on the board.
Okay, I have another suggestion. King to g6.
Queen to g6.
King to g6.
Oh, king to g6.
No.
Okay.
Look, I want to hold on to f5.
That's not a bad idea, actually. Okay. You move forward, I move backward.
Okay, now I can take the pawn on a5, sorry.
Yeah. And now I'll play this bishop d4.
And you're threatening queen g3.
Yeah. This is my threat.
Yeah, king h2 is the only move. And then we have the possibility of you taking on f5 with whatever piece you like. Yeah. The knight and the bishop are just too powerful. Especially because they can target g7.
Yeah, especially you have 3 pieces over 2 pieces, and of course you're dominating it. Let's see whether Tan Zhongyi will play your king g6 move or something else, or g6. Yeah, either way, it's time for this bishop to shine because it's been defending. So it's either bishop e3 or bishop d4, depending on black's move.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Difficult position for Tan. difficult to cause problems. It's difficult to find problems even. Rook c2. Rook takes a5. The problem is that the f5 pawn is weak. The bishop is ready to spring into action, posting up it to the center, and all of white's pieces will start to overwhelm the black position. It was only a matter of time, Irene. And
Definitely.
She just managed to easily, I would say, repel the attack that Tan launched with that trade on f4 all those many moves ago.
Yeah, it's a hard situation for Tan, this position, but we've seen how she kept fighting on game 3 when she lost the game. She just kept fighting till the end until it was really completely losing. So I don't think that she's going to resign anytime soon here. She's just going to just keep finding all the moves until it's really clear. Because even though the bar is very high to Ju Wenjun's favor here, and almost like +5 position for Ju Wenjun, but still, the queen is still on the board. There's also a rook. There's still some possibility that the game will turn into her favor, but of course, the chance is really, really slim.
Yeah, she needs a miracle, and she needs a lot of help from her opponent. White's plan is very simple. Capture the pawn on f5. She can take it with the knight. She can take it with the queen. There's just so many good possibilities. And Tan, it's difficult. It's difficult because once the bishop comes into the fray, then it will be 3 pieces swarming around the black king. And that is problematic. And you can just see it on Tan's face. You can feel that this has not been her game. And I sense that that's something to do with all the emotions from game 4, where she was pressing hard. She had a very, very good position, and she just did not manage to take advantage of those opportunities.
Right. I was just looking at the standings of the Women's Grand Prix, because the winner of the Grand Prix can have a spot in the candidates, right? Or the first two, the winner of the first two. But it's still going on right now. And Tan is a part of the tour, and she's currently on the 5th place. So I know it's still long way to go. But how is the role here? Like, if you lose the match, are you guaranteed a spot in the candidates? Because it just keeps changing and changing.
It's in the Open World Championship, you're not guaranteed.
You're not guaranteed, right?
Candidates, no. And I'm assuming that everything is aligned together. So I would guess no, but that would need to be checked. Because they changed it for the 2024 World Championship match. Because before it was. Because I also remember that in the women's candidates, 2024, Lei Tingjie was there because she lost to Ju Wenjun.
Right. Yeah. And now, they changed it because the FIDE circuit points is determining also the spot for the candidates, which Fabiano Caruana is the first one to grab the spot in the candidates.
Mm-hmm. But I do know you get a lot of points for playing in a World Championship match.
Oh yeah, Ding got the points, for being the runner-up in the match.
Yep. Well, Still lots of games left, though. This is just game 5. Last time that Ju Wenjun will have the white pieces in
Ooh,
Shanghai. And would you believe
Yubi!
it? The
King
king comes
G6.
out.
King comes out. Okay. So we saw this line before with King G6. I was suggesting to play King H2 because I don't know whether King H2 or immediately Bishop D4 is the best move. Probably they're the same. Like they can be in any order of moves. But one thing for sure is the idea is to get this queen to G3 at some point. So that's why I was mentioning about those moves. But maybe, I mean, this is already like 2 good candidate moves that white can play. I don't like that bishop is being, in a defensive mode. I'd like it to be in the attacking mode. So I think King H2 is fine, followed by Bishop D4. Bishop D4 is fine, followed by King H2. And then Queen G3 is almost unstoppable.
Yeah. I think I prefer of the 2 King H2 because the intentions aren't necessarily revealed. Because if you go King H2, it looks like you're just tucking your king away into the corner and next move can be whatever. Whereas if you go Bishop to D4, suddenly she's reaching for the king. It's sliding into safety.
That's right.
And one of the things I didn't like about Bishop to D4 was that Black can go Queen to D5 and start targeting G2.
Yeah.
Queen D5, sorry.
Oh, Queen D5 immediately. Yep.
Yeah, if you go Bishop D4 directly.
Yep, this is the thing, yeah.
Okay, it's winning. You can go Queen F3, whatever.
Yeah.
But at least
I like King H2 better. That's right. Because now after Queen D5, you're not threatening any mate yet on G2. You can in fact push this little pawn so that you're asking the question of where this queen should go, because the queen has to keep an eye on this pawn, but also removing it from D5, it means that the next move, your bishop can actually go to D4 according to your initial plan. And just by principle, right? Your king was on G3. You'd like to keep it hidden on the safe square on H2, even without having any plan of going Bishop D4 at all. I mean, this is also, another way of thinking.
Be like you can be multifaceted. You can have a threat, but you can also conceal it. I love King H2 idea, Bishop D4, Queen G3, but not the only idea. Also, the plan is to just simply go C4, improve the pieces.
Yeah.
Remember, the A pawn is a big asset. So let's run through the rook takes A5 line once again. It's now. This is where you go Bishop to D4. And then the big idea is you just simply go Queen G3 followed by Queen takes G7. And hopefully that is going to be a devastating checkmate. And if you step back with a king, then
you just take this.
You really can take the pawn. If you want to enjoy the long game, you go Queen takes F5. if you want to go for checkmate, you go Knight takes F5. It doesn't matter. It's just simply a question of taste.
Yeah. Yes, you're totally right. And yeah, after King H2, still no move yet from Tan. And this is the moment when Ju Wenjun is finally ahead in the clock.
It's rare that we see her with more time than Tan. But then Tan is the one having to answer all those difficult questions.
Yeah.
But yeah, unfortunately, it's too far gone now.
Oh, I was just thinking, if Queen D5, we saw C4, but also we can just play Queen G3. It's protecting the pawn while also you're checking this king, and then we go Bishop D4. Although what I don't like is another G5 coming up. Still winning, but now somehow this pawn is gonna be looking quite scary.
Yeah, it's a little bit annoying, right? These G5, F5. You give your opponent a little shred of hope. I think Queen D5 is the trickiest move to face. I'm also, okay, let me have a look and see whether the engine has any suggestions as to what to do, because it's difficult to come up with something. Queen F6.
Queen F6, okay. But just I think the computer just tries to direct the position into the queenless endgame. Like bishop d4, it
Yeah, I
should be
think so.
queen g5 then.
That's correct.
Yeah.
You understand the mind of a computer. And well, guess what? Tan Zhongyi is also playing like a computer, because Queen F6 is her choice. But the problem is, after Queen F6, bishop to d4 is going to be automatic. Why not attack the queen, anchor the bishop? And here, I think queen to g5.
Takes, and probably knight b7, just protecting this pawn. Or is there any better move here to win the game? Oh, knight c4. Why? Knight c4 is better.
Yeah,
You also would like to
d4.
check and then take this pawn and then
Mhm.
push with this pawn. Yeah, this might happen.
Yeah. Yeah. And this. But okay, I don't think Tan will be going for queen to g. Maybe she has to, Irene, after bishop d4.
I think she has to. I mean, the whole idea of playing queen f6 is to meet bishop d4 with queen g5. But my question is, I know that taking the queen, of course, is winning. Can we keep the queens on the board in hope that somehow these three pieces can make a dangerous matching net to the king? Like, let's say queen f3. And
Okay,
then I'll
a5.
Rook f5, and I'll reroute this knight. It's not easy, actually, to reroute that knight to c4, e5, but then king can just go to h7.
And can you just go knight to e8?
Knight e8? Ah, you want to grab this one.
Yeah.
Yeah? Oh, wait a second. Knight c4 is also fine. I mean, I'm trying to get this one after knight e5. If you go here, then I have this and just win the game. But if you go elsewhere, like here, then just grab this pawn. Yeah, I think I would rather keep the queen on the board. It's just, I don't know. It feels like easier to win compared to if we have a queenless endgame. Of course, it is still winning. And then just go for this line.
You just want to finish the game quicker, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, because they're both ultimately winning. You know, this one is completely winning because Black's king, ironically enough, is more unsafe than White's. And of course, the passed C pawn is just going to close out the day. So there's absolutely nothing in this position keeping the lights on for Black. And bishop d4 is such a Ju move. She will play that, I suspect, in the next few minutes, because everything is tied together, everything's protected, still very much threats in the air.
There is one tricky line here, though. Are you ready for it, Yovi?
Go for it.
If I play g4, because if you take, then queen check. You cannot block the check. You have to move with the king. It doesn't matter where. It's going to be checkmate on the next move. Queen g4.
Very nice.
And I mean, the move itself isn't that bad because you just want to capture this pawn next move. Because in this position, you cannot do anything. Next move, we will be taking on f5 with anything, with the knight, with the pawn, with the queen.
Okay. Also good. But g4 somehow wasn't in my radar because it's a very aggressive move and somehow you kind of want to keep control. But g4, yeah, lovely move. By the way, you should fast forward to that checkmate. I'm just going to brag a little bit. Do you know what that checkmate is called?
No, tell me what it is.
Epaulette.
Epaulette.
No, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe the epaulette. Epaulette is like, it refers to the shoulder pads that the French army officers used to wear. So it's actually not epaulette, because that's when there's a king on, say, like d8 and a rook's on c8 and e8. So it's kind of like caged in with his shoulder pads, and there's a queen on d6. So that's the epaulette. I think this one is kind of more like one of these other ones, like swallowtails and dovetails and blah, blah, blah. This I once knew. I mean, there's so many names for checkmates. It's unbelievable. And then people kept asking me, so can I call it the rainbow mate? And yeah, you can call it whatever you like.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure if Wenjun would go into such a line, because it's a bit unnatural. The bishop is somehow self-bent, and if you can win with a move like bishop d4, it's rather easy. Then yeah, why not do it?
Yeah, why not? Why not as well? You know. But the more that I feel that she's thinking about the position, the more I'm thinking maybe she is going to go for your g4 mate. But hang on a second. G4, pawn takes. Let's run through that one again. And then they have this beautiful queen e4 check. Ha ha ha. Can't block. And
yeah, it doesn't matter where, or even if you block, it's also a mate.
And it would be a nice finish to the game, right? There would be...
Yep.
And it probably would play out to a mate.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. I'm totally in the same opinion as yours. Like now, Wenjun is thinking in a position where it is very obvious bishop d4 is just sealing the deal. Like it's just going to, make your opponent resign in the next few moves. But now she's thinking even more, and then maybe she's calculating whether g4 is also a quicker way to finish the game.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and let's run through that one more time. So g4, rook takes a5. Why?
Yep.
And then
now
a4.
I want to take it with the knight. Or should I take it with the pawn? Oh, let's take it with the pawn. Give a check. And kings come back. Bishop goes to d4. Though now it's a bit risky. If you give a check, queen goes up.
Yeah.
King here. I mean, queen there. Should be still winning, of course. Knight here, maybe. Just keep everything under control. Yeah, still winning. f6 is coming, and nothing much you can do about it.
Just a little bit more chaotic.
Mm-hmm.
And we're talking just a little bit in the real sense of the word, not like the British sense of the word. So I've noticed that so much. Like sometimes it's like we downplay things. You just go, "Oh, it's a little bit dangerous." It's like, no, it's really dangerous. Yeah, that's just awful. Just go. What do they say? There's a very good website called. I think they're on Twitter. Very British Problems, and they just basically say what the Brits say and what they actually mean.
Yeah.
I really recommend you following them. Okay, hang on. Oh, she's gone.
Oops. She's got knight. C4.
C4. Okay, it wasn't a direction that we were particularly investigating. Knight C4, because it looks so nice with the bishop on D4, but okay. She wants full control. Not even the A5 pawn is going.
Right. 95 is coming. Maybe taking on D7. Maybe she's actually planning to promote this pawn. But yeah, this is what's nice about this position, right? You are spoiled with many, many good options.
Yeah. Maybe we can look at queen takes C3.
All right, queen takes c3. Wait, king h7 just played, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, giving up space for the queen to go to g6. Should you play bishop d4 here, there's queen g6 and attacking this. So, of course, still winning, but maybe what Ju Wenjun has in mind is...
She played bishop d4 very quickly.
Did she? Ah, okay, this is the position then. So if queen g6 happens, then most likely she will just play this. She'd like to control everything with her pieces, and when it is a queenless endgame, yeah, you can grab this one for sure in the next two moves. There's nothing going to stop you to get this pawn because the king is already very far away from the pawn.
And with it, white will just win the game. It's almost resignation time as soon as you swap off queens. So, Dan, how to... You know, it almost is resignation time. The queen can step to e6, but the bishop is beautifully aligned towards the g7 square, so you can drop it back to g3. I'm struggling to see a way to keep the queens on the board, Irene.
Right. What's funny is in this position, maybe after queen e6, you can... Let's just draw arrows here. Queen e6, then maybe you can step back with the knight to d6. Or maybe, what do? Just play queen g3? And
or
after
maybe
queen
go queen e5.
Oh, queen e5, that's true. Oh yeah, all you want is to grab this pawn, right? So that's very true. Queen e6, queen e5, you take, knight takes, rook takes a5, knight takes d7, and this pawn will be running to c8.
Yes. So basically the rule of thumb is queens are off the board. Yeah, white is picking up the d7 pawn. C pawn is running. It's as easy as that. That's going to be the remainder of the game. So it is resignation time. And the problem for Tan is that she cannot avoid this. Wherever she puts her queen, there will be either a queen and bishop battery towards a g7 point, or she will be forced to trade. And
Queen
there we
e6.
see queen to e6. And Ju doesn't need to rush this moment. This is a moment to savor.
Oh, just one thing to note though, like after queen e5, there is also queen g6. Although you can play knight e3 then. But
you step back with the queen.
Ah, like here, and then put it back to g3, I see.
You keep the connection.
And whenever the queen goes back to f7, now you like attack with knight e5, I guess? Something like that. Yeah.
The trade of queens is unavoidable. If Ju wants to take into endgame, she can do so at leisure. And I just love the way that she's taking her time. She's not rushing.
Oh, there is one way. There is one funny line to make a perpetual somehow. But I'm not really making this up. This might happen, but okay. Again, the chance is very slim. Like you go here, knight here, and then you go... Where do you go? Like, okay, pinning. And then when you go here, there you go, like this. Oh, it's not actually... It's actually losing, but how? The queen is... No, it's drawn.
Perpetual.
It's drawn. It's this perpetual. This is what I meant. Because you cannot capture the knight because your queen is hanging. So just some trick, still some trick to be aware of. But yeah, but Ju Wenjun will find this, of course.
Yeah, she will definitely find it, and it's a beautiful trick, though. This whole concept of taking on g2 when the knight is overloaded. But no need. You can be clinical in this type of position. And Ju Wenjun is very much that kind of player. She's just assessing whether queen to g3, queen to e5, knight to e3, she can do whatever she wants.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, let's take a quick vote here. Which move do you think that she's going to play? Queen e5, queen e3, or something else?
I'm focused in on queen e5, so that's going to be my vote. It's very forcing as well. You know, after queen to g3, maybe the game can continue. I can't even continue. Because after queen to g3...
g5 maybe.
Yeah, but then you have queen to e5, checkmate.
Yeah.
Either way, Ju is going to get those queens off the board. And she's just simply considering, you know, is there going to be any saving chance from Tan? And she's just somehow composing herself. What do you think, Irene?
Yeah, well, she is a world champion for a reason. So I guess she's just being very cautious now. And she understands that when you're entering the mid match of this event, like you're getting more tired and everything can be quite a deja vu and deceiving your eyes. So I think she's just making sure that she's not missing anything here, because it's very important, right, to keep your focus. I mean, I think the Chinese learned it the hard way in the last run of the World Championship match in Singapore, where it was almost like deadly drawn position, but uncharacteristic blundered by Deng with trading the rook. So anything can happen like that. So until the score sheet is signed, I think, yes, you have to keep your focus on, and yeah, just pretty much keep focusing on the game.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to be aware at every single point, because we even saw just now, it is possible for Ju to misstep. There are still tricks available for Black if she allows them. So Ju, 6 minutes on the clock, pleasant choices on the board, not rushing. And that's so important. You have the time, use it. Make sure that you are not putting a foot wrong.
Yep, it's better to spend the 5 minutes now instead of after the game thinking on what you should have done. So yeah, there's no right or wrong in time management, I would say. I think it's just purely depending on your characteristic, also purely on depending on the situation of the position as well. So maybe many other players would play this position quicker, but I think you also have to understand or know the player that you're commentating about, and knight d6 is on the board. So yeah, so it was the C option then. It was not queen g3, it was not queen e5, it was something else. And yeah, now actually the difference is, with this knight, you can actually take this, but she didn't. Just want to point out the difference. If you take this, there is no perpetual because the bishop is protecting this square. So you can grab it when there is a check. Still winning, but Ju Wenjun is not taking any risk. So queen f3 is on the board.
No risk indeed. And actually not a direction that we had predicted, you know, putting the knight back to d6, targeting the f5 pawn. So queen f3, the plan is clear. Knight takes f5, followed by a capture on g7, so not too many things to do. I'm expecting f4 as just a kind of Hail Mary. You can't capture the pawn after all because of checkmating ideas on g2.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that is a good idea. Yeah. And after f4, maybe what's going to be the move? a6, just using this as a decoy so that you can capture the pawn next move.
Yeah. After f4, to be fair, you could do anything. You could also drop your knight back to c4 and
Oh,
have
wow.
some fun like that. This is the thing. It's that kind of position where you can make almost any move as long as you don't blunder and the evaluation or the position doesn't change.
Right. But I'm hoping that Ju Wenjun is not being too careful until the end of the game, because it's just going to, giving more time for Tan to somehow survive. So it's time to win the game. It's time to play with at least a little risk so that the game can end faster. Or if she doesn't want any risk, then the game will take just longer and longer. And the longer you play the game, the more chance that you stumble into some mistakes or blunders.
That is true. Also, I'm thinking one of Ju's strengths is her incredible endgame technique and her powers of endurance. So maybe it's her plan not to win quick games. Maybe she just wants to draw them out, tire out her opponent, because ultimately it doesn't really matter whether you win in 25 moves or 75 moves. The result is going to be the same.
That's
So
right.
why not? You're in it for the long haul. So f4 played. So Ju, she can do whatever she likes as long as she doesn't play queen takes f4.
Yeah, I'm actually more intrigued to your idea, dropping the knight back to c4 and then putting it on the e5 square. It's just, yeah, why not, right?
Yeah, why not? Why not do it? This is the beauty with piece play. You can have as much fun as you like. And okay, well, she's gone for a6, which is
yeah.
what you suggested. Just the whole idea of decoying the rook so that white can capture on f4 without any care.
Yeah, I think Tan would prefer to not take the pawn because then after rook takes a6 is queen takes f4. But also black is running out of waiting moves here. So the queen on g6, I think it's stuck on g6. If you move it anywhere else, there might be some check on the b1 h7 diagonal. If the rook moves anywhere, it has to be on the second rank, and it doesn't really give any purpose. So yeah, I think there's no better move than rook takes a6.
Yeah, difficult. And yeah, it's one of those things, Irene, where it's actually difficult to suggest a move because you are ultimately lost. Rook takes a6 is one move. You can just wait with the rook, wait with the queen, wait with the pawn. I mean, at the end of the day, those moves don't really change the assessment. The position's that far gone. Okay, and she plays rook takes a6. And now we're expecting queen takes f4. And Ju's plan is simple. She just wants to overprotect on g2. And then the knight and the bishop, they will pounce on the g7 pawn. And once again, black's position is going to collapse.
That's right. And my bet is the rook will go back to a2 right now, but after queen f3, we might see a resignation.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. Any time now, Tan will throw in the towel. Knight to f5 in the air. The king side will fall. And black can't even hope on any kind of stalemating ideas because there's just too many pieces on the board.
Yeah,
Tan
that's
is
right.
trying, looking for tricks.
Yeah, the knight will go back to f5. Okay, first of all, maybe after rook a2, queen f3. There you go. Will my prediction will proven right? Resignation after queen f3, we'll see.
Quick response from the world champion. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and black's forces just can't hold off against the threat of knight to f5.
Someone really has to ask Tan Zhongyi what's in the cup. Again, the same cup from yesterday. I'm still waiting for the answer.
Well, today wasn't a lucky cup, that's for sure. But tomorrow will be a new day.
Yeah, and also assuming everything goes according to plan and Wenjun wins this one because the position is just terribly winning, well, will she repeat about her clothing choice tomorrow?
Yeah, this is the question, right? A lot of chess players are very superstitious. And you kind of want to control the circumstances. So it's often the case that when you go in a tournament, you win one game, you will try to repeat the exact same routine that you did from the day before that you won. So you'll be constantly, you'll be eating the same restaurant, eating the same food. You know, a lot of chess players abide by having a lucky pan. We did see that Ju Wenjun, she came to game 4 in the same clothes that she won in game 3. Why not? Anything that gives you a good mood. And Ju Wenjun, she will be in a great mood today as she circles in on a victory. And it means she's ahead in the match. Now, one of the things is when you are ahead in the match, it's so easy to kind of suddenly think about winning the match and all the psychology that's involved there. And you somehow feel a lot of pressure. What would you say to Ju after today's game? Would you be like, okay, let's just do the same things? Or how do you kind of level the emotion, Irene?
Yeah, I think with many women players, the approach has to be quite different because we are more emotional. So I think I wouldn't go technical and then just say, okay, good game, have a good rest and prepare for tomorrow. That's pretty much it. I will not add anything about it because the match itself is already very stressful. If I were her second or coach, I wouldn't add more stress to her life for now.
Do you know, I saw this documentary. It was on Gelfand when he challenged for the crown. And it was a really interesting one because as soon as he won, you could kind of feel the buzz from the media saying, oh, you're in great shape. You've really got a shot at winning the world championship. And as a result of all of this, somehow or other, the emotion gets too much and it's very difficult to sleep. And it becomes very difficult to kind of function in a normal way. And then we did see that he lost and then it all went to tie breaks and everything changed. And we have a move. So the most important thing, and I feel like the younger generations have mastered it is to be completely emotionless and just to not think about things that you cannot control. And I thought it was such a great move from Gukesh to employ the services of a performance coach, Paddy Upton. And you could see that in his mentality there. We can see queen to e6 on the board. Well,
but isn't it easy now? If you play queen g3, no, Wenjun play something else, knight f5 immediately, yeah. Either way should be working. You're attacking this, and if you push it up like that, you just move back to d6, should be fine. You're provoking this pawn move to weaken the king on h7. No risk at all.
yes, she can do whatever she likes to do. So for instance, if you went g6, you can even step back with your knight to g3 to relocate it to e4, and then start eyeballing the squares that are no longer in black's control, namely f6 square. And Tan, not so much time. She just lashes out with g5. Why not? White king is completely safe. I would really be tempted to go knight to g3.
Oh, but that's not a bad maneuver actually. You play knight g3 and then you play knight e4, and then somehow you found yourself giving a check there. Or after knight g3, since the king is no longer in any danger, you can play queen f8 next with this idea or this idea, which actually is the case right now.
Well, knight e3 played, still the same ideas of just getting a knight up to g4, where I can start looking at the f6 square and just watch how effortlessly the bishop, the knight, the queen, they all coordinate.
Right. So yeah, it's tough. It's tough for Zhongyi, almost for the whole duration of the game, and also tough when you know that at some point you should resign and you have to come to terms about it.
Yeah. And these two have shown that they're prepared to fight it out until the bitter end, king against king. And I did like Ju's answer when questioned about this. She said, fighting spirit.
Yep, fighting
it's all
spirit.
about throwing. And how many moves are we in? We are 55 moves. So these are long games that we've been seeing. 80 moves, game 4, 87 moves, game 3.
Yeah, actually, I didn't expect the game would go this long, considering how the opening went and how the middle game was pretty much dominated by Wenjun. But yeah, kudos for Tan Zhongyi for keeping it alive, for prolonging it until this very moment.
Yeah, but also speaks to Ju that she never allowed an ounce of counterplay. Yeah, there were a few inaccuracies here, there, maybe didn't play the most critical moves, but she played in a very provocative way that encouraged Tan to create all of those decisions and make those forcing moves. And when she needed to, Ju found all of the best moves, like the rook f1 after Tan's ambitious sacrifice. Tan was just simply too impatient in this game.
That's true. Yes. Her impulsive characteristic got punished in the opening. So yeah, hopefully she can bounce back strongly tomorrow and learning from all these mistakes, because yeah, it can be her strength, but also showing the last two games how these impulsive decisions got really punished, especially also yesterday when she was in the upper hand situation. And instead of taking the pawn on b6, she just overlooked the position and played bishop d6. And we have a move, it's d6. Wait, isn't it mate in two? Queen
Yep, the
d7.
queen can swing her
Wait,
over
what?
and
What happened? I mean, isn't it just easy? Queen b7 check. And then you go here and then it's just force mate. And then here, oh no, my bad. The rook is on a2.
but this is okay. You can go knight to g4. Don't worry, Irene. You're on the right track. Knight g4.
It's okay. Knight g4. Yeah.
Knight g4, and then you have to give up the
knight
queen.
f6, and then this one. Okay.
Yeah.
Still winning, but I thought it was just force winning.
It is. And c6 also good enough.
Is of course this is good enough. And what happened? Rook a8.
Rook a8.
Now you can play c7, you can play knight g4, you can play knight d5. What else can white play in this position?
Whatever you like. But c7 to me is the most natural move. I also really like your knight g4. Start working the magic towards the king. But the white king is completely safe. So that means Ju can enjoy whatever she wants to do. She can even try and trade off queens,
Yep.
Although I would recommend doing that. Like, for instance, you can go queen f5 check. And then with the whole goal of going knight to e7. But okay, there's no need for this. Instead, she just comes in with a knight to d5. Beautiful move. Now the knight is eyeballing f6. c7 is in the air. Queen d3 is coming, Irene.
Yep.
Knight c7.
Everything is joining the party. Wow. Rook c8 is already played. Now knight f6 and try to find a good discovery of the king g7 or king h8. But also after knight f6, king g7, we can play, what's the best way? Maybe queen d3, so that you want to give a check on h7. This is another way to continue.
But I like to play with the food, so I'm thinking you go c7 and then c4, anchor the knight, because black literally cannot do a thing. And if black isn't resigning, then you mustn't get annoyed at your opponent. You just simply have to go, I'm gonna enjoy this position. If it means me like making 5 queens, so be it.
Right. Oh, we have a move, queen d3.
3.
Where does it go? Only move is to play king g8. Or you can also play queen here, but then it's just a fork on e7. So only move is king g8, which was already played. And yeah, I just keep coming in with all the pieces, right? Knight f6 is there. And then soon after that, queen h7. I think that's going to happen.
Yeah, I also suspect that that's going to be happening. Or Irene, she can repeat the position if she wants. Okay, knight e7.
Oh, and there you go.
Nice.
A brilliant move. Very nice. Because if you take it, you just get a check over here, king here, and then at the very least you can give a check on f5, attacking the king and the rook at the same time. And there you go. Ooh, there was a handshake. And Ju Wenjun. Yeah, and Ju Wenjun is officially leading the match with 3-2.
Yeah, wow. What a game there from Ju Wenjun. She strikes again with the white pieces. And knight e7. What a classy finish to the game. The knight was untouchable at the end. And yeah, it was an interesting game, actually, especially from a psychology perspective, because everything just seemed to go right for Ju Wenjun. You know, making the right choices in the opening. Tan just somehow being provoked to make those risky decisions, and then some accurate defense. And there we see the score. Ju Wenjun, she takes the lead, and Tan Zhongyi tomorrow, she will have to fight back if she wants to equalize. What were your impressions of today's game, Irene?
Currently, Ju Wenjun was playing quite well, but not without any helps from Tan Zhongyi, because it's currently a bad day at the office for Tan Zhongyi. She's normally playing above the level of this game today. So yeah, I'm really hoping the best for both players, and everyone is getting tired, UV. So I just hope that the remaining of the match, there is no technical errors or anything. You know, it's just pure chess, and they're giving their best to their games to win the match.
Yeah, definitely. It's been a grueling experience. I mean, just 5 games in, every encounter has been tense. It's been full of a lot of pressure. There's been so much emotion bubbling underneath the surface. And let's not forget that it's a Women's World Championship match. There's been training. There's all sorts of emotions lying underneath the surface. And I don't envy our 2 players, but we do have a game 6 tomorrow. And as we can see, Ju Wenjun, Tan Zhongyi, well, Ju is in the lead. And Tan, coming into tomorrow, she will have the white pieces. And I'm kind of curious, will she go for the same strategy that she's adopted in previous games? Will she shake it up and try something even more aggressive? What do you think, Irene?
I think she will stick to c4, but maybe she'll choose another line. But because I mean, she's been building the experience over the games here. Like in the few games here, there are a few experience against Ju Wenjun with c4. So I guess she will stick to it because she feels comfortable already. And then there's no reason not to repeat, because in the last game that she was playing with white pieces and choosing the first move c4, she was in the upper hand position, although in the end she crumbled, and Wenjun also find a really good save, and the match ended with a draw. But yeah, tomorrow I really believe it's going to be another c4.
Yeah, it's worked well for her in these previous 2 encounters. And it does feel like Ju is the one who has to kind of go to the drawing board and perhaps come up with a different approach, because she's done 2 different strategies against c4. So we'll see what both players will do. And I can see as the chairs are swapping around, well, the players will swap around. You know, Tan will have the white pieces. And we are going to go on a short break. And when we return, we're going to head straight to the press conference and hear directly from the players all about their thoughts.
有感谢各位电视机前和屏幕前的观众。那我们马上就要开始今天的棋手分享会了。Welcome all the friends, media, and fans all over the world to our press interview. And I am Howard. We'll ask Charlize to start the press interview.
Welcome everyone to the second final press conference here in Shanghai. Ju just won the game, taking the lead for the first time. Ju, how important is this moment for you, especially as we are in Shanghai in front of your home crowd?
那欢迎来到我们今天的记者会。那第一个问题想问一下居文君，那今天呢是取胜之后，首次在这个对抗赛中领先。那在这个上海的主场，有什么特别的感受吗？
首先，今天大家经过一番长时间的战斗后，我获得了胜利。我感到自己就是在上海也发挥的越来越好。然后不过无论如何比赛还没结束，所以我会继续的努力。
After today's long battle, Ju Wenjun finally catch the lead. So she is very satisfied about the result, and of course in Shanghai, she is now finding the pace, the rhythm to get better.
It was a long battle indeed, but you were winning for most of the game. At what point did you think you were winning?
今天的对局过程非常长，那白方呢是有一段时间都有比较明显的优势。那想请问一下具文君，在什么时候确定能够获得胜利了？
我觉得就是那个后车对后马象的残局，白棋应该是可以获得一个胜利，就在那个时刻，觉得自己可能今天也要赢。
Ju Wenjun finds that at the end game, when she was one exchange up with the queen, knight, and bishop against the queen and rook, she believes that she is winning.
And this question is for Tan. We have seen a Sicilian in every game with these colors. Today's Sicilian con, where it seemed like you were very well prepared until the c5, where you thought for about 10 minutes. I think this is the longest we've seen you think in the opening. Were you surprised by your opponent's response?
接下来的问题是问谭忠仪。那我们近几场比赛都见过了西西里防御，那想请问一下，白方走 c5 之后，那在这里呢，谭忠仪是长考了10分钟。想问一下，这个是在准备的范围里面吗？还是说是有感到一些意外？
这个确实不在我的准备范围之内吧，就是可能但是也谈不上意外。
That move was not in her preparation, but it was neither a surprise.
And then for Ju, there's a very nice moment later on in the game after b takes c3, where our commentators noted this move queen d4, which was interesting. Is this something you looked at in the game at all?
那在我们出图的局面中，白方是有一个机会，直接把后出到第4。那 AI 是推荐说这步棋更好，而白方实战是选了 b 吃 c3。想问一下具文君的考量。
这步棋我没有太仔细计算，当时只是凭感觉，就没有多想就走了 b c。
She somehow overlooked the possibility of queen d4. Instead, he chose the b takes c3.
And this, again, on the next move, this was where it was really more important to play queen d4 instead of queen e2. But you opted for queen e2. Did you think of queen d4 here and just decided to play it safe, or was this not something you considered?
那在如图的局面，白方仍然是有一个机会，不走后到1-2，而走后到第4。那也想问一下朱文君在这里的有没有想到过这个可能性？
有想过后第4，但是短移位之后我没有太往下想，可能我应该这么走吧。我后面走的有一点给黑方更多的机会。
During the game, Ju Wenjun spent a very little time on Queen D4. She wasn't sure about the position after black castling, so instead she went the other way.
And the next question for Tan is, we followed this game. White is winning for most of it, but did you ever think that you could make a comeback at some point? What were you hoping for to change the tides?
那在如图的这个局面中，我们可以看到已经是黑方后车对白方后马象。那在这里呢，想问一下谭忠义，黑方的这个有没有具体的计划能够有反击？是当时如何考量的？
我也没有算清楚，但是我觉得我马4不吃，可能他摆好之后就一点机会都没有了，可能就是还是选择了就马4吃上来，但是确实也没有算清楚。
Tan Zhongyi did not calculate all the variations before that. She thought that if she didn't try knight takes f4 to sacrifice, the chance could be very little. So that's why she took some risk.
And a final question to both of you. Tomorrow is the last game here in Shanghai before we all travel to Chongqing. How important will the result of tomorrow's game be for both of you, do you think?
那明天的对局呢是在上海这个赛程中的最后一轮。那想问一下，明天的这个对局大家是如何考虑的？有没有特别重要的意义？那这个提问是给2位棋手的。那谭忠义先开始吧。
这个对抗赛每一盘都很重要吧，都会尽全力去下。
Every game will be exclusively important, so she will try her best.
明天也是非常重要的一盘棋，我也很期待明天的对局。
Tomorrow will be another important day. Ju Wenjun is very looking forward to the play.
Thank you very much. Now we can open the floor to questions from our journalists.
感谢2位棋后精彩的分享和演绎。那我们现在给到现场的记者来提问。
第一个问题是想问谭忠义，你第9步的时候走了一个少见的招法马E5，然后上一次是被中国的国际大师陆一平去年下过，你有看过受到这盘棋的启发吗？还是就是想进入一个少见的变化呢？The question is for Tan. She played a rare move on move 9 with the move knight e5, which was only played 4 times, and last time was played by Chinese IM Lu Yipin. Was she inspired by this game, or she wanted to just enter a less known line?
我确实没有看过，这是我自己想的，可能不是很好，我不确定。
She doesn't follow that game. At this time, she thought that maybe she could try something better. Maybe knight e5 wasn't the perfect choice.
然后想问具文君接下来的问题，就是你选择了走 C5 对于马 E5 这个反应，这个是在您准备范围之内吗
？English, please.
The question is for Ju. She played C5 after knight E5. Was this part of her preparation?
不是我的准备，我只觉得这步棋很有趣，所以我走了。
Not in her preparation, but she found that very interesting and let's say intriguing. 还有没有其他的提问？大家可以举手，我们会给到话筒。那我在这里也有一个问题想问一下两位气候啊。那比赛非常的疲劳啊，有没有最喜欢的食物？ I have one question for these two ladies. Is there any favorite food during this match to help them to recover? 来，朱文君。
我更多的是吃主食吧，然后面条挺好的。
She likes noodle a lot. 来，谭总。
我们都在吃那个兴奋剂餐，我们没有太多的选择。当然说老实话，确实上海的菜不是很符合我的口味，但是这也是没有办法的事情。
She follows the protocol of anti-doping regulations a lot, so that's why she doesn't have any kind of taste very much. Anyway, the Shanghai cuisine was not her style. 还有没有其他的问题？那如果没有的话，我们的新闻会就要到这里结束了。Before we conclude this press interview, we will thank all the media friends, all the fans all over the world, and the FIDE News team. So please make sure to follow us and subscribe.
Thank you very much.
感谢大家。那今天的发布会就到这里结束了。那明天我们还有3点钟的比赛，大家可以继续关注。
We had the press conference and there we saw Ju Wenjun. She said she was finding her form. She was feeling good. Tan looked a little bit dejected. And did she say that she was enjoying, or not enjoying, eating tasteless food? Not enjoying, no.
I'm
not
sure
enjoying
she's
at all.
looking forward to going back to Chongqing and then get the local cuisine there. Yeah, so that was the press conference, Yovi. It's interesting that at least we have the same thing in common. I also like noodle.
Me too. And I think everyone likes noodles. I don't think anyone doesn't. But interesting, actually, because tomorrow's game is going to be the last game in Shanghai. Tan will have the white pieces, and take a look at this schedule, because as you can see, Game 6 tomorrow, and then we will have a 2-day rest day. So April 11th, April 12th, and then April 13th on Sunday, we are going to be back with all of the action at the lovely time, 3 a.m. if you're there on the East Coast, 9 a.m. for Europeans. But yeah, what a day it was. And we have more of the action coming up tomorrow, as of course we have our very final game in Shanghai between reigning champion Ju Wenjun and Tan Zhongyi. So remember to join us. If you're on the East Coast, it is unfortunately 3 a.m. in the morning, and European time 9 a.m. I'd like to thank you, Irene, for just guiding us with all your knowledge. It's been so much fun, and I'd like to thank you at home for watching, and see you all tomorrow.